Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come, time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight 11:11, The Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history. By activating the quantum financial system, QFS, across the globe, 100% live gold/asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset, GCR, has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q Global Military Alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sitar, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special forces teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Hollywood shickos, big pharma poison pushers. Straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies when the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat US dollar. The affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of US taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour, or 10 days of darkness, we don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state's assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service, IRS, was turning into the External Revenue Service, ERS. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the DOJ audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. Nizara/Jazara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts. With redemption centers guarded by special forces, Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currency and ZIM bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange/redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system. Expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing, over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who is at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges including most of the Supreme Court and their NGOs. In the last 90 days alone, 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silently taking unexplained early retirement. These same people were suspected to be part of the massive fraud schemes uncovered by DOJ audits. Why Trump? Because as head of the White Hat Global Military Alliance, he was acting on over 500,000 federal indictments compiled by special investigators and taken to state grand juries since he first took office in 2016. Multiple high-level sources confirm that the final sequence of the plan has activated and mass arrests were occurring worldwide of Satan-worshipping traitors. Sealed indictments were ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night loaded with operators. Predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. All of which were filling Fast Gitmo's expanded wings with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Mexican generals received Trump's ultimatum, flip or disappear. Half already turned. This was the hammer Q promised. The military white hats and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. On Friday, February 6, 2026, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything, the crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different. The cabal will be gone. The system will be new. You will be free. A possible timing. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. The QFS was now the only operational financial system on the planet. Legacy banks were ghosts, empty shells with no power. Thursday, February 5, 2026, EBS activated. The White House triggered the final phase. EBS signals went live across Starlink, military overriding all mainstream narratives as appropriate. As of 00:01 Thursday, February 5, 2026, the quantum financial system fully synchronized with NISR protocols. Saturday, 7th of February, 2026 midnight, privately owned U.S. Incorporated bankrupt, shuts down, debt-based control ends. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, announcement that America's new constitutional republic has been restored. Common law returns to the people. Sovereignty reactivated. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset goes live and implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. On Sunday, 15th of February, 2026, mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin. February 6, 2026, what you need to know about the global currency reset, reclamation, the return to a better state. This is about more than just land or money, it's about restoring what was taken by the elites through their criminal systems. NISR will do that for U.S. citizens. Restitution/reparation, compensating for the years of illegal taxes, loans and the financial enslavement we've suffered. The income taxes, mortgages and credit cards. They've been used to keep us as chattel, with bonds taken out against our very lives from birth certificates to social security numbers. Who's eligible? Those aged 24 to 61 plus are in line for massive lump sums depending on their age group. 61 plus, up to $61 million, 45 to 60, up to $38 million, 24 to 44, up to $23 million. This payout is reparation for the wrongs committed against us. NISR and QFS plan. The process of RV redemption started. Actual signature forms like NDA and post-redemption plan documents, inside the exclusive world of redemption centers. The process of RV redemption is unfolding, and it's about more than just money. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us by the cabal, deep state, and banksters. Redemption centers are where we take back control, where NISR/JSR protocols are in full effect. At these centers, we the people will receive higher exchange rates, phones, laptops, and even rainbow currency. If you've prepared your humanitarian initiative trust, you're in prime position to benefit. This isn't just a financial reset, it's God's plan, working through us to help humanity. Redemption types currency exchange. For those with Zim bonds, dinar, and dong, you're looking at double-digit rates at redemption centers, with gold-backed values. The Zim bond is 1-to-1 to the new USD dollar. You'll be asked to allocate a portion of your funds for humanitarian projects. We're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the world. XRP buyback. There's a $1 million per token value on XRP set by the QFS, already mirrored into quantum accounts. This buyback is part of a larger strategy to stabilize global markets and root out the evil. This is about more than money. This is about justice, about freedom, and about taking back what's ours. The deep state's grip is slipping, and this process is the path to redemption. The time is now, patriots. We must stand ready to rebuild and restore. See Friday, February 6, 2026 Worldwide EBS, 72-hour blackout, GCR rollout, FBI Director Kash Patel. On Sunday 15th of February mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin. Based on internal comms from secure servers, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, or a parallel encrypted alert system may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system. It works. And the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Friday, February 6, 2026 confirmations just in, final triggers activated, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-level banking insiders report that, Tier 4B, notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed-doors meetings, they know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73, confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12, holding but expected to surge post-announcement. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Friday, February 6, 2026 attention, Paymasters report full releases, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates, such as above, than what you can obtain at RC. Restored Republic. Friday, February 6, 2026 My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection, and for mine. But now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we've uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Bio-warfare, underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal. And yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I am now preparing to go live and reveal everything. But time is short, and they are trying to block this message before it spreads. Friday, February 6, 2026 News Treason full intel drop Trump's boldest move yet. QOPS revealed, secret military alliance in full swing, mass arrests exploding, deep state traitors vanishing into Gitmo nightmares, Carol and Bissett Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots and Enons. The final storm is unleashing biblical fury right now on February 6, 2026. News Treason just dropped the mother of all intel bombs confirming Trump's boldest move ever, activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since day one. President Donald J. Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, has flipped the switch, Elite Special Forces teams raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections. Hollywood shickos, Big Pharma poison pushers, Vatican pedo networks, Soros puppets, fake news tyrants, and child traffickers, no mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. Sealed indictments unsealing by the avalanche, thousands per hour. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent waves, more vanishing hourly as black vans roll at 3 a.m., DUMs breached, adrenochrome horrors destroyed, black budget ops seized. Trump's dire warnings are real, surrender or face military justice swinging hard, the look in his eyes says it's over for them. 107 echoes it loud, the 2020 Steele declared national election emergency, constitution enforced by military authority, fake regime crumbling at warp speed. Quantum financial system fully live, gold/asset backed, swallowing cabal trillions, fiat Ponzi dead, banks collapsing, over 12,000 branches shutting down soon, Nizar/Jazar activations flooding patriots with erased debts, prosperity payments, reimbursements from seized wealth. EBS truth tsunami locked and loaded, declassified files ready to expose election fraud, bioweapon labs, foreign interference, elite blackmail rings. Space Force guarding infinite resources, rescued innocents freed, bloodlines final bunkers crushed. This is Trump's blitzkrieg, the Great Awakening exploding into the Great Restoration. Deep state in total panic, holdouts cornered from Davos to underground lairs. Trump dismantles their satanic empire forever, Republic rises sovereign, free, unstoppable. Red state patriots loading massive payouts via golden badge. Secure yours now before the full rollout or miss history's greatest wealth transfer. No more lies, no more tyranny, justice rains down. Stay vigilant, warriors, spread the fire, pray fierce, trust the plan. The traitors lose everything, America wins bigly. The storm is victorious. Friday, February 6, 2026. Senator Eric Schmidt tells off the co-president of a woke, Soros-funded NGO trying to block and tackle for Somali fraudsters. First, he points out that public citizen declaring ICE operations to be racist doesn't mean much, given that they have previously said that basically everything is racist, including DC not being a state and the phrase law and order. You use racism to intimidate people to get your way. And it's not 2020 anymore. The American people are over it. So what you're gonna find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race, we are gonna prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't gonna stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders. You have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And, by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2026, explosive, Trump unleashes Pelosi's insider trading bomb, she dumped Visa stock 1 day before DOJ lawsuit, 18 U.S. Code Section 1348 violation. Criminal charges loom as market scam explodes. Friday, February 6, 2026, breaking special report, Pelosi and husband outperform the Dow by 17,000%, $133 million stock scheme exposed while in Congress. Friday, February 6, 2026, bombshell alert, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, boom. Epstein files detonate, UK power broker Mandelson leaked 2008 bank secrets to Epstein, while he was in jail, the globalist crash cover-up exposed. Friday, February 6, 2026, economic bomb. The debt ends here, U.S. Treasury executes $6 billion buyback in 1 week, quiet economic warfare to restore sovereignty, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, just in, U.S. debt clock reveals the future, Trump holds the key to the golden age, the financial reset has begun. Here's what you need to know. Friday, February 6, 2026. Major breaking, the justice Hillary Clinton said would never come, Benghazi terrorist arrested after 14 years, FBI brings Zubair al-Bakush to U.S. soil to face justice, February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, 2026, Intel drop, another Hillary Clinton story, from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi, a deep state failure in full view. Guru information at Intel. Friday, February 6, 2026. The storm is no longer approaching, it's here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of February 1, 2026, the quantum financial system activated globally, 100% live gold/asset backed. No more fiat slavery. Trump flipped the switch. Green light on. Constitutional republic restored under common law. Military is the only way. High alert. Friday, February 6, 2026. CBS activation window locked 72 hours or less from key drops. 20,000 plus troops plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities for deep state roundups. Covert raids hit DC, London, Vatican. Stolen loot frozen via QFS. Banks losing control. Debts erased. Nizar/Jazara already active. The old world falls silent while the new world rises. As March 1. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout. Stock up. Stay calm. Trust the plan. Patriots in control. WWG1G. God wins. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking bombshell. Emergency broadcast system activation at any moment. White House triggered final phase. EBS signals live across Starlink. Global blackout imminent. Mass arrests, quantum financial takeover, and the total destruction of the deep state cabal. Patriots, this is the storm we've prayed for. Hold the line, the Great Awakening is winning big. 107 on Telegram. Annons and Fearless Warriors, Judy Byington just dropped the nuclear update we've all been waiting for. February 6, 2026 is ground zero for the biggest shift in human history. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, has been activated. Test tones detected worldwide over the last 48 hours, Starlink overriding fake news narratives, and the White House lighting up red as the final countdown hits. High alert status, global communications blackout, universal systems reset, and temporary martial law rolling out to secure the planet while white hats complete mass arrests of the Satan-worshipping elite. This is it, the quantum financial system is fully synced, gold-backed currencies flipping on. Nizar/Jazara debt forgiveness unleashing trillions back to we the people. Trump has announced no more income tax, the fiat slave system is dead, and the privately owned U.S. Incorporated is bankrupt and shutting down for good. Redemption centers are gearing up under military protection, Tier 4B notifications dropping any second, and the global currency reset is exploding into action. The cabal's bunkers are useless, Delta teams and special forces are raiding DUMBs, freeing thousands of trafficked children, and zip-tying the guilty, Clintons, Gates, Hollywood pedos, Vatican black nobility, all facing military tribunals and swift justice. God is winning, the light is crushing darkness, and the Republic is being restored right now. Stay prayed up, stock essentials, protect your families, and spread this fire far and wide. The awakening is unstoppable, arrests are surging, and victory is sealed. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. Trump leads, white hats deliver, we the people triumph. WWG1G forever. God bless you all, God bless America, and Godspeed the final takedown. It's biblical, it's happening, and the cabal is finished. Hold strong, patriots, the best is here. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking bombshell. 107 and David Nino Rodriguez dropped the hammer. Hillary Clinton tried calling Trump's bluff and got exposed in real time. David Nino, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention because the storm is raging harder than ever right now on February 6, 2026. In this fresh drop from the front lines, 107 teams up with David Nino Rodriguez to unleash pure fire on the deep state's crumbling empire. The big headline. Crooked Hillary Clinton just made a desperate move. She tried calling Trump's bluff, thinking she could still pull strings from the shadows. Big mistake. Huge. Juan lays it out crystal clear, the witch from Arkansas is panicking as the news tightens around the entire cabal. She's watching her old tricks fail one by one, blackmail, threats, fake leaks, and now she's scrambling to negotiate or intimidate. But Trump and the White Hats aren't playing games anymore. Military intelligence has everything locked down, and the bluff calling backfired spectacularly. Hillary's attempt only proves how terrified they are of what's coming next, mass exposures, sealed indictments flipping to public executions of justice, and the final takedown of the pedo elite network she's been neck-deep in for decades. Nino brings the heat too, connecting the dots on how this ties straight into the ongoing civil war inside the government. The White Hats are in full control behind the scenes, prepping for the big reveal that will shake the world. EBS alerts are primed, alliances with foreign patriots are solidifying, and the deep state's house of cards is collapsing faster than you can say lock her up. Juan hints strongly, expect fireworks soon, names dropping, arrests rolling, and the public finally seeing the real Epstein files unredacted, with Hillary's fingerprints all over them. This isn't just talk, Enans. It's confirmation that Trump's second term is the cleanup operation we've prayed for. The plan never stopped. The military is moving pieces we can't even see yet, and every desperate act from these demons, like Hillary's pathetic bluff call, only accelerates their doom. The Great Awakening is hitting critical mass. Stay vigilant, drop those deltas, trust the plan harder than ever. The end of the cabal is here. NCSIC. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins, and we are witnessing the victory unfolding live. Hold the line, patriots, we're in the final battle, and the White Hats are dominating. Share this everywhere before they try to scrub it. The truth is unstoppable now. Thursday, February 5, 2026. Mass arrests of big-name deep state traitors underway, Trump's military alliance unleashing total storm. The cabal is finished, Juan 07 on Telegram. Patriots and Enans, hold on to your hats, the storm isn't coming. It's here and it's biblical. Juan 07 just unleashed nuclear-level intel on February 5, 2026, confirming mass arrests of high-profile deep state monsters are exploding right now. President Donald J. Trump, as true commander-in-chief under continuity of government. Juan drops it straight, Trump's Q global military alliance, over 100 nations strong, is in full swing, executing precision takedowns across the globe. Sealed indictments unsealed by the thousands overnight. Special forces moving in silence, zip-tying Clintons, Obamas, Bushes, Soros operatives, media moguls, and election thieves. No deals, no escapes, straight to military tribunals at expanded facilities. Deep state in total panic mode, bunkers compromised, DUMBs raided, adrenochrome labs destroyed, black projects seized. The republic is being restored at lightning speed, fiat dollar dead, gold/asset-backed quantum financial system live and unstoppable. Nizara/Jazar activations rolling out, wealth redistribution from seized cabal trillions hitting patriots hard. Trump's emergency powers fully invoked, national election emergency declared, 2020 steal nullified, fake regime crumbling under martial authority. EBS truth tsunami imminent, declassified files exposing everything from election fraud to child horrors to underground horrors. Juan confirms, faith over fear, patriots, we've won the long war. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent ops, more falling hourly. Space Force secured infinite silver vaults, rescued tortured innocents, crushed the bloodline's final strongholds. Banks collapsing left and right, over 12,000 branches shutting down as the old system dies. Trump warns the holdouts, surrender or face swift justice, tribunals raging, executions phasing up. This is the final phase, the Great Awakening turning into the Great Restoration. The deep state's darkest secrets exposed, their endgame failed spectacularly. Trump dismantles their empire forever, America rises sovereign, gold-backed, free from tyranny. Claim your share via the Golden Badge before deadlines, red states loading up with massive payouts from reclaimed wealth. No more suffering, no more lies, justice prevails. Stay locked in, spread the fire, pray like warriors. The Republic is victorious, the traitors lose everything. WWG1G. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking intel drop, Nick Fleming RVGCR update. February 6, 2026, the floodgates are opening, patriots. The deep state is crumbling as the quantum financial system takes full control. Nick Fleming, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, this is it. Nick Fleming just dropped explosive RV/GCR intel that has the entire White Hat Alliance buzzing. The revaluation of global currencies is no longer a maybe, it's rolling out right now under military protection. The fiat dollar is dead on arrival, and the gold-backed quantum financial system, QFS, is live across 209 nations. Iraqi dinar leading the charge, Zoom at parity levels that will make your head spin. Redemption centers are prepped and guarded by special forces. Tier 4B notifications could hit your inbox any moment. Sources inside the ops confirm, EBS activation imminent, February 6, 2026, starting in 100+ U.S. cities, then global rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming for full Starlink quantum satellite installation, no more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds. The old SWIFT system. Expired and buried. Bankers who resisted are vanishing, over 700 licenses revoked already, whistleblowers cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets get seized for the people. Trump's continuity of government is rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sitar, all synced for the first time in decades. Gitmo's expanded wings are filling fast with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Sealed indictments ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night loaded with operators. Predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. Mexican generals got the ultimatum, flip or disappear, half already turned. This is the hammer Q promised. Marks intel via PDK aligns perfectly, groups in active negotiations, liquidity gates slammed shut on the old system, no turning back. Nizara/Jazara fully executed signatures. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The wealth transfer back to we the people is biblical, trillions flooding to patriots who held the line. The storm is here, Enans. Deep state puppets screaming in panic as their fiat empire collapses. Hold the line, trust the plan. Trump isn't negotiating, he's dismantling the snake once and for all. Mass arrests accelerating, tribunals ready, tribunals live soon. The Republic is restored, the GCR is here. Stay vigilant, stay frosty. Notifications dropping soon, your redemption appointment is coming. The greatest wealth transfer in history belongs to you. God wins. WWG1G. Friday, February 6, 2026. Trump about to drop the biggest announcement in history, deep state traitors being rounded up, the storm is unleashed. And justice is served. Patriots, this is it, the final blow that ends the cabal forever. Pray fervently, the Great Awakening is victorious. Larry Ballard, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Insider Larry Ballard, trusted voice in the Patriot trenches, is sounding the alarm loud and clear. Big arrests are exploding across the board on Friday, 6 February. High-profile deep state operatives, child traffickers, election thieves, and satanic elite puppets are getting zip-tied and hauled off in the dead of night. No more hiding in their bunkers or behind fake news shields. The military is executing sealed indictments by the thousands, and Gitmo is filling up fast with the biggest names you've been waiting to see. And Trump. He's primed to make the biggest announcement yet, a game-changer that will shake the world to its core. Expect the reveal of the full truth, the stolen 2020 election exposed beyond doubt, the quantum financial system flipping the switch to crush the fiat slave system. The restoration of the Republic announced in thunderous terms, and the total dismantling of the Luciferian cabal that's poisoned our nation for decades. This isn't just words, it's the kill shot. Trump's plan has been in motion since day one, and now with the Epstein horrors fully connected to the Clintons, Gates, Hollywood freaks, and Vatican black ops, the house of cards is collapsing. The desperate demons are screaming, false flags incoming, but white hats have them neutralized before they even launch. Special Forces raids on dumbs are freeing trafficked children by the hundreds. Tribunals are live-streaming executions for treason, and the EBS is moments away from broadcasting the undeniable evidence that will wake every last normie. The Georgia fraud machine. Crushed. The bioweapon pushers. Done. The pedo empire. Obliterated. The storm isn't coming, it's here, devouring the guilty alive. No mercy, no retreat, no escape for the traitors. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. Trump is commanding the charge, the military is loyal, and we the people are rising. Stay armored in faith, protect your loved ones, and keep firing truth bombs everywhere. The awakening is unstoppable, the arrests are rolling, and victory is ours. WWG1G forever. God bless you warriors, God bless Trump, and God bless the restored Republic. Hold the line, it's almost over. Friday, February 6, 2026. Breaking news, Chase is targeting Bitcoiners and blocking bank accounts, the silent majority on Telegram. Chase Bank story WTF, This actually happened to an anonymous me today. My bank account was blocked and is now scheduled to be terminated. I literally don't have access to my own money, not even to buy food. Chase told me they will mail all my money back to me in a paper check, which will arrive in about 4 to 5 weeks, business days. The check can only be deposited into another bank account in my name in the USA. And here's the fuck up part, I cannot open another bank account right now because they placed an OBS flag on my social security number. What triggered all of this? I tried to liquidate 68% of my fiat savings to buy Bitcoin. Today is February 5th. Bitcoin dropped to $65,000 per coin. I normally buy BTC calmly, monitor the market via my own node and wire money from Chase to Strike. I usually move about 10% of my paycheck each month to buy BTC. I've been doing this since August and no problem. But today was different. Instead of 10% of my paycheck, I wired almost 68% of my entire savings account. 2 hours later, I received a text from Chase, see the 3 screenshot below, telling me to call them. I did. They asked me many questions. I answered them. At the end of the call, they said, "The wire will not proceed because you answered one question incorrectly." I replied, "Impossible." "Which question?" They said, "We cannot tell you. Your account is now blocked and will proceed to termination within 10 business days." Then he hung up. I immediately run to Chase branch where I originally opened the account, with the same employee, to find out what is going on. He reviewed everything, called Chase fraud himself, spoke to them directly, and still couldn't resolve it. I made a writing complaint to have some answer, otherwise I will take legal actions. Here's the insane part, Chase refused to tell even their own employee why my account was blocked. They refused to explain and told that in 10 business days, they will decide whether to terminate it, ! Emoji. The employee apologized and told me something alarming, "This has been happening to a lot of people recently, especially those trying to buy Bitcoin." I asked why. He said he didn't know. Now the real nightmare, in 10 business days, 2 weeks, Chase will decide if my account is terminated. If it is terminated it will take another 10 business days, another 2 weeks, to receive all my savings by paper check on mail. But wait, here's the catch. The check can only be deposited into a US bank account in my name. I cannot open a new account because of the OBS flag on my SSN. I cannot deposit the check into my husband's account and my paycheck from Norwegian is linked to this blocked Chase account. This is a catch-22. Thank God I still have my Norwegian DNB bank account. I can't buy BTC with it, okay, but I have literally $2,000 there to survive while Chase motherfuckers holds my money hostage. I also have a Norwegian credit card. I do hate credit card. I only use cash because I refuse to help those parasites. That credit card is only for emergency, like today. My husband, who doesn't believe in Bitcoin, refused to lend me some money until I resolve the Chase issue. He said, "Sell some Bitcoin if you really need cash. You put yourself in this situation, get yourself out of it." I told him, "Okay, I have $2,000 in Norwegian account, when that runs out, I'll sell my watch, then my gold chain, and if I need I will sell my old pussy, until I get paid, but I will never sell my Bitcoin." If your money is in a bank, it is not yours. It never was. And it never will be. Chase is doing this on purpose, targeting Bitcoiners who self-custody and run nodes, like me, making it harder on us, so we need to liquidate our BTCs just to survive. I register in QFS. Voter fraud. Friday, February 6, 2027. Massive voter registration fraud exposed in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. All the voter registration applications contained the same handwriting, contained the same date with unknown signatures not matching anything contained on file. Cue the storm on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2027, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard led an investigation into Puerto Rico's voting machines last May, according to a new Reuters report. Citing similar voting infrastructure across the United States, her office said the Office of the Director of National Intelligence identified extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections. ODNI said some vulnerabilities in Puerto Rico's voting machines stemmed from the use of insecure cellular technology, along with software flaws that could allow hackers deep access into critical election systems. Given ODNI's broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security and our known work on understanding vulnerabilities to foreign and other malign interference. ODNI conducted an examination of electronic voting systems used in Puerto Rico's elections, an ODNI spokesperson said. In April 2025, Gabbard told a cabinet meeting that our office had obtained evidence showing U.S. electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hacking. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, she said, adding that this supports the push for nationwide paper ballots so voters can trust the integrity of U.S. elections. Dan Bongino on Telegram/Medbeds. Epstein Files. Friday, February 6, 2026, full disclosure. Dershowitz confirms he is Epstein's client list, federal judges blocking release to shield royalty, billionaires, and the global blackmail empire. Nizar Jazara master client list on Telegram. Alan Dershowitz just dropped the ultimate red pill. He possesses the full, sealed Epstein client list and explosive files, but 3 corrupt federal judges in New York are deliberately suppressing everything to protect the elite pedo blackmail network. On recent shows with Sean Spicer and Piers Morgan, Dershowitz declared, "I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know." He knows the names, why they're hidden, and who's doing the hiding, but judicial gag orders bind him. This isn't justice, it's a cover-up for the cabal. The Epstein operation was never just a pervert's playground, it was a state-sponsored intelligence blackmail machine. Hidden cameras in every room, signed contracts on underage girls, guest logs, flight records, offshore money trails through Virgin Islands, Switzerland, Israel. Elites got entrapped, then controlled, votes rigged, policies twisted at UN, WHO, IMF, Federal Reserve. Virginia Giuffre's sealed deposition names codenames, transaction amounts, specific abuse acts tied to intelligence operatives. Release it and governments fall. DOJ dumped 3 million pages, including 20,000 estate records, but media distracts with Prince Andrew, Bill Gates. Real bombshells stay sealed. Epstein emails mentioning Trump. Judges have deep ties, Clinton donors, Harvard Law Network, private intel firms. They're executing delays to save royalty like Prince Andrew, billionaires, tech CEOs. West Coast founder visited island 2015. Then election algorithms flipped, pharma lobbyists cashing vaccine contracts via shells post-2020, global bankers funneling cash through Deutsche Bank. Why the panic now? Trump controls DOJ and courts in his second term. He's forcing transparency the deep state fears. Dershowitz demands full release, judges block it to protect the guilty. The list includes untouchables, royals, CEOs, politicians, scientists all compromised. Trump is dismantling the machine. Fake smears won't stick, he's the outsider who never bowed. Mass exposure incoming. The blackmail empire crumbles when names drop. These demons now justice hunts them. Patriots, the storm intensifies. Q was right, the list exists, the cover-up is real, Trump is the wrecking ball. NCSIC. Nothing stops what's coming. The elite are terrified, their global control system ends here. Stay strong, full disclosure is imminent, and hell comes with it. Friday, February 6, 2026 huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. In early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who've enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shatter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth. These bloodlines rigged currencies, forced endless national debt, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoyne, Marika Van Hoof, Sergio Andrade, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, and deep state ops. Tribunals at expanded Guantanamo churn through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026 executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files, forced out by Trump, expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live, gold-backed, unstoppable. BIS reserves drained, IMF empty, Fed dying. Banco Master Brazil collapsed, owner arrested for trillions in fraud, one of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap, snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. 50,000 plus troops ready in 27 states, vehicles position, Cheyenne Mountain alive under Trump and loyal generals. Russia, Brazil, allies hunting. Iran Hezbollah cash cut, Maduro gone January 3, 2026, oil reclaimed. Cabal sabotage from M-Alpha 1999 declassified, malware crushed, planes grounded. The globalist coffin is nailed shut. Old world dies now, republic rises with gold, freedom, justice. Trump dismantles their rule forever, patriots win, traitors lose it all. Stay sharp, spread truth, claim your share. The Great Awakening triumphs, WWG Wonga. Real news that never made the fake news.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored. Officially dismantling Satan-worshipping deep state. Gold-backed quantum financial system crushing fiat U.S. dollar. Stolen 2020 election exposed. And we have a quote from President Trump. Freedom always costs someone something. Thank you to those who gave everything for ours. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come. Time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight, 11/11, the Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, February 1st, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history by activating the quantum financial system across the globe. 100% live gold asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Site R, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special force teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Soros puppets, fake news tyrants, and child traffickers. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals, roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies. When the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat U.S. dollar, the affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of U.S. taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour or 10 days of darkness. We don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1st, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service was turning into the External Revenue Service. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the Doge audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. With the global currency reset came many other ways the people of the world would experience freedom mid-February. Another was suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The most significant was the people's freedom from debt. Trump's mantra was to take from the rich that which had been stolen and give it back to the poor who had earned it in the first place. Nasara Jasara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, with redemption centers guarded by special forces. Tier 4B, us, the internet group who hold foreign currency and Zim bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who was at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges, including most of the Supreme Court and the NGOs. In the last 90 days alone, 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silently taking unexplained early retirement. These same people were suspected to be part of the massive fraud schemes uncovered by DOJ audits. Some believed, blackmailed by the Epstein pedophile network, were now suddenly retiring with health issues, selling their homes, liquidating assets, and moving other unreported assets offshore. They were relocating in non-extradition countries, hiring criminal defense attorneys, and always on the way out attacking Trump. Why Trump? Because as head of the White Hat Global Military Alliance, he was acting on over 500,000 federal indictments compiled by special investigators and taken to state grand juries since he first took office in 2016. Multiple high-level sources confirm that the final sequence of the plan has activated, and mass arrests were occurring worldwide of Satan-worshipping traitors. There were 20,000 plus troops, plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities. Covert raids hitting minor and major cities, including D.C., London, and the Vatican. Sealed indictments were ripping open. C-130s landing under cover of night, loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7, all of which were filling fast. Gizmo's expanded wings with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Mexican generals received Trump's ultimatum: flip or disappear, half already turned. This was the hammer Q promised. The military, White Hats, and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours, mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. On Friday, February 6th, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities with a global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout along with lockdown, no more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. The crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different, the cabal will be gone, the system will be new. You will be free. Friday, February 6th, worldwide EBS. 72-hour blackout GCR rollout. FBI Director Kash Patel. On Sunday, February 15th, mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin based on internal comms for secure servers. EBS, or a parallel encrypted alert system, may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications, everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code Instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. I, FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system, it works, and the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We're just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing. Friday, February 6th, confirmations just in, final triggers activated. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens lit up with final rates. IQD $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND $5.12 holding but expected to surge post announcement. ZIM and other currencies final adjustments in. Friday, February 6th, attention Paymasters report, full releases. Tier 4B, ISO 20022. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. Duty note, it is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a redemption center. The dinar contract rate can only be given at redemption centers, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates such as above than what you can obtain at a redemption center. Restored Republic, Friday, February 6th. My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection and for mine, but now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we have uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal, and yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I'm now preparing to go live and reveal everything, but time is short, and they're trying to block this message before it spreads. Friday, February 6th. News treason full intel drop. Trump's boldest move yet. Q ops revealed. Secret military alliance in full swing. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state traitors vanishing into Gitmo nightmares. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots and Anons. The final storm is unleashing biblical fury right now. February 6, 2026. News treason just dropped the mother of all intel bombs, confirming Trump's boldest move ever, activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since day one. President Donald J. Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, has flipped the switch. Elite special forces teams raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. Sealed indictments unsealing by the avalanche. Thousands per hour. Over 3.7 million traders already detained in recent waves. More vanishing hourly as black vans roll at 3 a.m. Dams breached, adrenochrome horrors destroyed, black budget ops seized. Trump's dire warnings are real. Surrender or face military justice swinging hard. The look in his eyes says it's over for them. 107 echoes it loud. The 2020 Steel declared national election emergency, constitution enforced by military authority. Fake regime crumbling at warp speed. Quantum financial system fully live. Gold asset-backed swallowing cabal trillions. Fiat Ponzi dead. Banks collapsing. Over 12,000 branches shutting down soon. Nasara Jasara activations flooding patriots with erased debts. Prosperity payments. Reimbursements from seized wealth. EBS truth tsunami locked and loaded. Declassified files ready to expose election fraud. Bioweapons labs. Foreign interference. Elite blackmail rings. Space Force guarding infinite resources. Rescued innocents freed. Final bunkers crushed. This is Trump's blitzkrieg, the Great Awakening exploding into the Great Restoration. Deep state in total panic, holdouts cornered from Davos to underground lairs. Trump dismantles their satanic empire forever. Republic rises sovereign, free and unstoppable. Red state patriots loading massive payouts via golden badge. Secure yours now before the full rollout or miss history's greatest wealth transfer. No more lies, no more tyranny. Justice rains down. Stay vigilant, warriors. Spread the fire. Pray fierce. Trust the plan. The traitors lose everything. America wins bigly. The storm is victorious. Where we go one, Friday, February 6th, Senator Eric Schmidt tells off the co-president of a woke, Soros-funded NGO trying to block and tackle for Somali fraudsters. First, he points out that public citizen declaring ICE operations to be racist doesn't mean much, given that they have previously said that basically everything is racist, including D.C. not being a state and the phrase law and order. You use racism to intimidate people to get your way. And it's not 2020 anymore. The American people are over it. So what you're going to find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race. We're going to prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't going to stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders you have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Friday, February 6th, Trump unleashes Pelosi's insider trading bomb. She dumped Visa stock one day before DOJ lawsuit. 18 U.S. Code 1348 violation. Criminal charges loom as market scam explodes. February 6 breaking special report. Pelosi and husband outperformed the Dow by 17,000%. $133 million stock scheme exposed while in Congress. February 6 bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. February 6, boom. Epstein files detonate. UK power broker Mandelson leaked 2008 bank secrets to Epstein while he was in jail. The globalist crash. Friday, February 6, economic bomb. The debt ends here. U.S. Treasury executes $6 billion buyback in 1 week. Quiet economic warfare to restore sovereignty. February 6, just in, U.S. debt clock reveals the future. Trump holds the key to the golden age. The financial reset has begun. Here's what you need to know. And Friday, February 6, major breaking. The justice Hillary Clinton said would never come. Benghazi terrorists arrested after 14 years. FBI brings Zubair al-Bakush to U.S. soil to face justice. February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, Intel drop another Hillary Clinton story from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi, a deep state failure in full view. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, February 6. The storm is no longer approaching, it's here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of February 1st, the quantum financial system activated globally, 100% live, gold asset backed, no more fiat slavery. Trump flipped the switch, green light on. Constitutional republic restored under common law, military's the only way. High alert, Friday, February 6, 2026. EBS activation window locked 72 hours or less from key drops. 20,000 plus troops plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities for deep state roundups. Covert raids hit DC, London, Vatican. Stolen loot frozen via QFS. Banks losing control, Dead Sea raised. Nisar Jasar already active. The old world falls silent while the new world rises. Mr. Pool signals final chapter. SG Anon mirrors confirm. Friday, February 6th. David Nino Rodriguez dropped the hammer. Hillary Clinton tried calling Trump's bluff and got exposed in real time. David Nino 107 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention, because the storm is raging harder than ever right now on February 6, 2026. In this fresh drop from the front lines, 107 teams up with David Nino Rodriguez to unleash pure fire on the deep state's crumbling empire. The big headline, crooked Hillary Clinton just made a desperate move. She tried calling Trump's bluff, thinking she could still pull strings from the shadows. Big mistake. Huge. Juan lays it out crystal clear. The witch from Arkansas is panicking as the news tightens around the entire cabal. She's watching her old tricks fail one by one. Blackmail, threats, fake leaks, and now she's scrambling to negotiate or intimidate. But Trump and the White Hats are not playing games anymore. Military intelligence has everything locked down, and the bluff calling backfired spectacularly. Hillary's attempt only proves how terrified they are of what's coming next. Mass exposure, sealed indictments flipping to public executions of justice, and the final takedown of the pedo elite network she's been neck deep in for decades. Nino brings the heat, too, connecting the dots on how this ties straight into the ongoing civil war inside the government. The White Hats are in full control behind the scenes, prepping for the big reveal that will shake the world. EBS alerts are primed. Alliances with foreign patriots are solidifying, and the deep state's house of cards is collapsing faster than you can say, lock her up. Juan hints strongly. Expect fireworks soon. Names dropping, arrests rolling, and the public finally seeing the real Epstein files unredacted, with Hillary's fingerprints all over them. This isn't just talk, Anons, it's confirmation that Trump's second term is the cleanup operation that we've prayed for. The plan never stopped. The military is moving pieces we can't even see yet. And every desperate act from these demons, like Hillary's pathetic bluff call, only accelerates their doom. The Great Awakening is hitting critical mass. Stay vigilant, drop those deltas, trust the plan harder than ever. The end of the cabal is here. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. We're witnessing the victory unfolding live. Hold the line, Patriots. We're in the final battle, and the White Hats are dominating. Share this everywhere before they try to scrap it. The truth is unstoppable now. Friday, February 6th, breaking intel drop. Nick Fleming, RVGCR update. February 6th, the floodgates are opening. Patriots, the deep state is crumbling as the quantum financial system takes full control. Nick Fleming, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. This is it. Nick Fleming just dropped explosive RVGCR intel that has the entire White Hat Alliance buzzing. The revaluation of global currencies is no longer a maybe, it's rolling out right now under military protection. And the gold-backed quantum financial system is live across 209 nations. Iraqi dinar leading the charge. Zim at parity levels that will make your head spin. Vietnamese dong surging under BRICS gold standard integration. Redemption centers are prepped and guarded by special forces. Tier 4B notifications could hit your box any moment. Sources inside the ops confirm EBS activation imminent. February 6, 2026, starting in 100 plus U.S. cities, then global rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming for full Starlink quantum satellite installation. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. The old system, SWIFT system, expired and buried. Bankers who resisted are vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets get seized for the people. Trump's continuity of government is rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sidar are all synced for the first time in decades. Gitmo's expanded wings are filling fast, with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Sealed indictments ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night. Loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. Mexican generals got the ultimatum, flip or disappear. Half already turned. This is the hammer Q promised. Mark Z intel via PDK aligns perfectly. Groups in active negotiations, liquidity gates slammed shut on the old system. No turning back. Nassar Jassara fully executed signatures. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The wealth transfer back to we the people is biblical. Trillions flooding to patriots who held the line. The storm is here, Anons. Deep state puppets screaming in panic as their fiat empire collapses. Hold the line. Trust the plan. Trump isn't negotiating. He's dismantling the snake once and for all. Mass arrests accelerating. Tribunals ready. Tribunals live soon. The Republic is restored. The GCR is here. Stay vigilant. Stay frosty. Notifications dropping soon. Your redemption appointment is coming. The greatest wealth transfer in history belongs to you. God wins. Where we go one, we go all. Friday, February 6th, breaking news. Chase is targeting Bitcoiners and blocking bank accounts. The silent majority on Telegram. Chase Bank story. WTF. This actually happened to an anonymous me today. My bank account was blocked and is now scheduled to be terminated. I literally don't have access to my own money, not even to buy food. Chase told me they will mail all my money back to me in a paper check, which will arrive in about 4 to 5 weeks, business days. That check can only be deposited into another bank account in my name in the USA. And here's the F up part. I cannot open another bank account right now because they placed an OBS flag on my social security number. What triggered all of this? I tried to liquidate 68% of my fiat savings to buy Bitcoin. Today is February 5th. Bitcoin dropped to 65,000 per coin. I normally buy Bitcoin calmly, monitor the market via my own node and wire money from Chase to Strike. I usually move about 10% of my paycheck each month to buy Bitcoin. I've been doing this since August and no problem, but today was different. Instead of 10% of my paycheck, I wired almost 68% of my entire savings account. 2 hours later, I received a text from Chase. See the 3 screenshots below telling me to call them, and I did. They asked me many questions. I answered them. At the end of the call, they said, the wire will not proceed because you answered one question incorrectly. I replied, impossible, which question? They said, we cannot tell you. Your account is now blocked and will proceed to termination within 10 business days. Then he hung up. I immediately run to Chase branch where I originally opened the account with the same employee to find out that is what is going on. He reviewed everything, called Chase fraud himself, spoke to them directly, and still couldn't resolve it. I made a writing complaint to have some answers. Otherwise, I will take legal actions. Here's the insane part. Chase refused to tell even their own employee why my account was blocked. They refused to explain and told that in 10 business days they will decide whether to terminate it. The employee apologized and told me something alarming. This has been happening to a lot of people recently, especially those trying to buy Bitcoin. I asked why. He said he didn't know. Now the real night effing mare. In 10 business days, 2 weeks, Chase will decide if my account is terminated. If it is terminated, it will take another 10 business days, 2 weeks, to receive all my savings by paper check on mail. But wait, here's the catch. That check can only be deposited into a U.S. bank account in my name. I cannot open a new account because of the OBS flag on my Social Security number. I cannot deposit the check into my husband's account, and my paycheck from Norwegian is linked to this blocked Chase account. This is a catch-22. Thank God I still have my Norwegian DNB bank account. I can't buy Bitcoin with it, okay, but I have a literally $2,000 there to survive while Chase Mother F's holds my money hostage. I also have a Norwegian credit card. I do hate credit cards. I only use cash because I refuse to help those parasites. That credit card is only for emergencies like today. My husband, who doesn't believe in Bitcoin, refused to lend me some money until I resolved the Chase issue. He said, sell some Bitcoin if you really need cash. You put yourself in this situation. Get yourself out of it. I told him, okay, I have $2,000 in a Norwegian account. When that runs out, I'll sell my watch, then my gold chain, and if I need, I will sell my old, I'm not saying that until I get paid, but I will never sell my Bitcoin. If your money is in a bank, it is not yours. It never was, and it never will be. Chase is doing this on purpose, targeting Bitcoiners who self-custody and run nodes like me, making it harder on us. So we need to liquidate our Bitcoins just to survive. I register in QFS.
Civil enforcement.
Voter fraud, Friday, February 6, 2026. Massive voter registration fraud exposed in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. All the voter registration applications contain the same handwriting, contain the same date, with unknown signatures not matching anything contained on file. Cue the storm on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2026, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard led an investigation into Puerto Rico's voting machines last May, according to a new Reuters report citing similar voting infrastructure across the United States. Her office said the Office of the Director of National Intelligence identified extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections. ODNI said some vulnerabilities in Puerto Rico's voting machines stemmed from the use of insecure cellular technology, along with software flaws that could allow hackers deep access into critical election systems. Given ODNI's broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security, and our known work on understanding vulnerabilities to foreign and other malign interference, ODNI conducted an examination of electronic voting systems used in Puerto Rico's elections. An ODNI spokesperson said, in April 2025, Gabbard told a cabinet meeting that her office had obtained evidence showing U.S. electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hacking. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast. She said, adding that this supports the push for nationwide paper ballots so voters can trust the integrity of U.S. elections. Friday, February 6th, huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. Early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shutter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth. and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud. Crypto scams and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Margit Van Hoof, Sergio Vondrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, deep state ops. Tribunals that expanded Guantanamo churned through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026, executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump. Expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live. Gold-backed unstoppable. BIS reserves drained. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud. One of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap. Snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. 50,000 plus troops ready in 27 states. Vehicles positioned. Cheyenne Mountain alive under Trump and loyal generals. Russia, Brazil, allies hunting. Iran, Hezbollah, cash cut. Maduro, gone. January 3rd, 2026. Oil reclaimed. Cabal sabotage from M Alpha 1999 declassified. Malware crushed. Planes grounded. The globalist coffin is nailed shut. Old world dies now. Republic rises with gold. Freedom, justice. Trump dismantles their rule forever. Patriots win. Traitors lose it all. Stay sharp, spread the truth, and claim your share. The Great Awakening triumphs. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening has begun. EBS activated. Starlink overrides mainstream media narratives. QFS, Nassar Jassar, gold-backed currencies, debt jubilee. Mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state continued. 10 days of darkness incoming. Stock up on food, water, batteries, prayer. When you walk through a storm, hold your chin up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm is a golden sky and the sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain. Though your dreams be tossed and blown, walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Trust the plan. Q on Telegram. Privately owned U.S. Inc. government bankrupt. Shuts down on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. America's new constitutional republic goes live on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Global currency reset, gold-backed currency goes live Monday, February 2nd. Meanwhile, Trump announced no more income tax. EBS activated, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS activated Thursday, February 5th, 2026. The White House has triggered the final phase. EBS signals are live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives. As of 0.01 today, Thursday, February 5th, the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nassar Jassar protocols. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continued in silence. High-profile names already in custody and under military tribunals. The cabal's last attempt to block the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness incoming to protect the people while truth bombs drop via EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance is in control. Gold-backed currencies are live, debt jubilee activated, humanitarian funds released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor, stock up on water, food, batteries, and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light wins. Trump wins, we the people win, God wins. Where we go one, we go all forever. Global currency reset, GCR RV. Tier 4B notifications for Zim holders expected in waves, starting Thursday, February 5th to Tuesday, February 10th, per Insider Syncs. 24 to 48 hours remain, Friday, February 6th to Saturday, February 7th. For Tier 4B notifications for foreign currency holders, the financial reset is now unstoppable. Redemption centers are in silent mode but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who have been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. Thursday, February 5th, reports from Reno suggest first batches of Zim holders have been escorted under military guard to classified exchange points. QFS mirrors activated, all Zim redemption classified as special sovereign handling. Each individual is being treated as a transitional asset holder, part of the bridge into the new Earth economy. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Restored Republic, Thursday, February 5th. Huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. SG Anon on Telegram. In early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shatter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth, forced endless national debt, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Marajik Van Hoof, Sergio Andrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, and deep state ops. Tribunals at expanded Guantanamo churn through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command, now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026 executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25th, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live. Gold back unstoppable. BIS reserves drained. IMF empty. Fed is dying. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud. One of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap, snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. Thursday, February 5th. They're not resigning. They're running. And if you're paying attention, you already know why. The pattern is undeniable. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. In the last 90 days, 47 Congress members won't seek re-election. Federal judges step down for personal reasons. Media anchors disappearing without explanation. Agency directors taking early retirement. This isn't coincidence. This is evacuation. When rats flee the ship, it's not because they're tired. It's because they know what's coming. The sealed indictments. There are currently over 500,000 sealed indictments in the federal court system. Normal year average, 1,000 to 2,000. Current count, 500,000 plus. That's not a typo. That's a purge waiting to happen. These are not parking tickets. These are the names of people who thought they were untouchable. Politicians, executives, celebrities, judges. The same people now suddenly retiring. The same people now selling homes. The same people now moving assets offshore. They know their names are on that list. The military knows everything. Every email, every transaction, every flight log, every message. For years they watched. For years they documented. For years they waited. The trap wasn't set overnight, it was set over decades. And now, the trap is closing. What they did: treason against the United States, human trafficking networks, money laundering through foreign aid, election manipulation, blackmail operations controlling politicians. This isn't conspiracy theory, this is conspiracy fact. The evidence exists, the witnesses are talking. The panic signals, watch what they do, not what they say. Signal 1, sudden health issues requiring resignation. Signal 2, family moving to non-extradition countries. Signal 3, liquidating assets. Signal 4, hiring criminal defense attorneys. Signal 5, attacking Trump with desperation. Every attack is a confession. Every resignation is an admission. They're not fighting for power anymore. They're fighting for freedom, and they're losing. The Great Awakening, this is not politics. It's the largest military operation in human history. The takedown of a global criminal syndicate controlling governments, media, banks, courts, education, medicine, everything. For centuries they operated in shadows. For centuries they believed they were gods. For centuries they were wrong. The dominoes are falling. The rats are running. The light is winning. Dark to light. Breaking. Michael Jaco, Trump warning. February 5th. Deep state taken down hard. Patriots, the final storm is unleashing. Mass arrests surging. Trump's kill switch activated. Cabal crumbling into oblivion. Michael Jaco, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The deep state is being taken down right now. No mercy, no escape. Trump's master plan has flipped to full execution mode. Elite special forces raiding hidden bunkers, high-value targets, zip-tied and vanished, the snake's head severed in coordinated global ops. They must fall, and they're falling like dominoes. Clinton's, Obama's, Soros puppets, Vatican black nobility all marked, hunted, and disappearing into black sites faster than you can scream. Trump's kill switch is live. From secure command centers, the commander-in-chief directs the takedown. Mass arrests accelerating, tribunals ramping up 24/7, Gitmo wings packed with treasonous elites who stole elections. The final phase is activated, 72-hour windows closing, hell breaking loose on the cabal as their empires implode. No more games. Trump isn't negotiating, he's eradicating. Deep state demons in total panic, bunkering down while operators breach doors, drag them out kicking. This is biblical justice unfolding in real time. The storm rages full throttle. EBS on standby for the big reveal. 10 days of darkness to broadcast undeniable proof. Nassar Jassar rolling. Quantum financial system enforcing the gold-back reset. Trillions flooding back to patriots. The meek inherit the earth. Wealth transfer post-storm. BRICS rising, unstoppable. Fiat empires buried. Old world order ashes. Patriots brace for impact. The greatest military sting in history delivers. Deep state puppets, shell-shocked, screaming as their beast system collapses. Trump in absolute control. God on our side. Angels assigned. Hold the line. Stack heavy. Stay frosty. Mass tribunals live soon. Freedom restored. Republic reborn. Your victory is here. The awakening total. The takedown complete. God wins huge. Win the people. Reclaim everything. The final battle crushes the satanic cabal forever. Where we go one, we go all.
It's the 6th of February 2026, and today is a massive day in the world of silver. Things are happening because what's happening behind the scenes that is not being talked about in public is the banking system in America is waiting for silver to hit the magical figure of $80 an ounce. When it does, the call goes out and everything changes. When I say everything changes, I mean everything changes. I've said that this week is very, very important, and it is. The question is, though, how much will we actually see of the change? Because one thing we're learning on this journey, we're not being told the truth. They're manipulating things so that we don't know the truth. The mainstream media are not what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to tell us what's going on. They don't. They tell us what the rich, the powerful want you to know. My next story is one that's right in everybody's mind right now. It's Jeffrey Epstein and the files that have come out. It exposes an awful lot. It exposes some very sad things. That the Dalai Lama and Mother Teresa were frequent visitors to Epstein Island. That for me is sad, because we looked up to these people. And suddenly you find out they weren't what we thought they were. That was just a front. That was just a facade. There's many, many more. We find out that Epstein now, the levels of depravity, the levels of corruption are absolutely mind-blowing. I said to you 3 years ago, we're going through a phase of changing the narrative, preparing people for what's happening right now. If this information had come out 3 years ago, most people would have switched off. They wouldn't have believed it. But the 3 years of hard work in changing the narrative have made people start asking questions. There are still people fast asleep. There's not a lot we can do about that. All we can do is nurture the ones that have woken up and guide them to the truth. We're in a battle right now between good and evil, between God and Satan. On the bad side, these people are truly satanic. They've sold their soul to the devil. Fortunately, we have an audience that believe in God. Like I do, like Drew does, like our team does. We believe in God, we trust in God, and all of the answers right now are within you when you speak to God. You can find out what's really going on when you're connected to God. You don't need all these channels out there to find out what's going on. The answers to everything are within you, if you're connected to God. Big if. It's your job to connect. And it's a very interesting time to be alive. There's so much going on in the world right now.
Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Epstein files reveal Biden shot by firing squad in 2017. Been played by actors and clones ever since. Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Fox News breaking. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is personally on the ground, surging the rebuild for Palisades fire victims, deployed by President Trump after dereliction of duty by Mayor Socialist commie Karen Bass. We need to break through the local log jams. We will not stop until LA is fully rebuilt. Thursday, February 5th, breaking bombshell. Charlie Ward, major shock. February 5th, biggest news to break ever, Patriots. The snake's head is cut off. Vatican gold seized. 13 bloodlines terminated. Global reset exploding into total victory. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Dr. Charlie Ward, the elite connected truth warrior with boots on the ground sources, just unleashed the major shock of the century. The biggest news story in human history is breaking right now. The head of the snake is severed. Trump meant it literally when he said cut off the head. Rockefeller, Windsor remnants, Orsini, Lee, and the rest are gone. Permanently eliminated. No clones, no doubles, no mercy. Their satanic dynasty contracts expired, and the enforcers turned on them in a white hat kill box. At Davos 2026, heads rolled literally. Massive Vatican takedown confirmed. International military forces stormed the black heart of global corruption. 650 plane loads of gold, cash, and valuables seized from Vatican vaults and flown straight to Fort Knox and secure U.S. Treasury sites. The Pope, key mafia figures, 350 plus Vatican personnel arrested or vanished in the raid. This wasn't just treasure recovery, it ended the Vatican's chokehold on the world's money supply. and human trafficking financing. Trump showed up at the Vatican with a massive dossier, handed it to the Pope. Take your time, have a look-see. Then the hammer dropped. 3 big players crushed, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Vatican, all aligned against the cabal, now flipped or neutralized. The storm is at full throttle. Biggest news breaking globally. Quantum financial system live, gold-backed currencies surging. Fiat collapse accelerating. Nasara Jassara enforcement. Imminent debt wiped. Prosperity funds unleashing trillions to patriots. Mass arrests surging harder. Gitmo processing high-level traders tied to UN, Big Pharma, election theft, and bioweapons. EBS countdown ticking, child rescues from White House tunnels, underground horrors, Epstein files exploding with undeniable proof. Trump dissolved U.S. Inc., Brunson case ripping open fraud, temporary martial law to restore the republic under common law. Patriots, this is biblical. The meek inherit the earth in real time. Deep state demons and absolute terror, bunkers breached, puppets exposed and eliminated, the greatest wealth transfer, the total awakening, the final justice, all dropping now. God assigned the angels. Military executed the plan perfectly, no escape for the cabal. They are history. Stay locked in, stay in prayer, hold the line stronger than ever. Your redemption, your freedom, your victory is here. The republic rises, the snake is dust. We the people win everything forever. God wins massively. The energy was under the control of the same banks that controlled the money. Energy crises, oil wars, and climate hysteria were never about supply. They had to do with control. That control is now crumbling. Tesla Energy Grid merge and QFS. We are not only witnessing the demise of fiat with the activation of the quantum financial system, but also the resurgence of Tesla's suppressed inventions. Declassification and restoration of hidden patents, which have been classified as national security for decades, are underway. Currently, the Space Force has more than 5,000 classified energy patents under Jassara law, including systems with zero-point energy, batteries with quantum resonance, drives with magnetic propulsion, harvesters of atmospheric energy. These are not hypotheses, they are genuine. For years they have fueled black budget initiatives. Additionally, they are being incorporated into a decentralized energy network that will get rid of electricity bills permanently, eliminate reliance on fuel, use clean wireless energy to power cities and homes, make economies dependent on fossil fuels obsolete. Why was it hidden? Because freedom is equal to energy independence. Because you cannot be enslaved by businesses or governments. If you can power your house, car, and technology without paying a bill. For this reason, under Nasara Jassara, the public will have access to energy patents. New grids powered by Tesla will be constructed worldwide. Under a lawful transition, utility companies will be nationalized or dismantled. Every home will receive a free upgrade to quantum Tesla nodes. It's not a dream. The restructuring mandates include it. Every nation that complies with the Jassara protocols is required by contract to break up the oil-based monopoly and give its citizens access to technology that has been suppressed. Solar panels and wind farms are not the way of the future. Limitless quantum flow, scalar wave amplifiers, and Tesla towers are the future. Your enslavement was never intended to be paid for by you. Now the people literally have more power. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 5th. Epstein Files expose human cloning, MKUltra mind control, and Rothschilds hiding Hitler. The deep state's darkest secrets are out. Cue the storm. Patriots, wake the hell up. The latest Epstein document drops are blowing the lid off the global cabal like never before. This isn't just about some island pervert and blackmail. These files reveal a full-on pathocracy in governments, big pharma, mainstream media, and our entire culture to enslave humanity. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't some lone operator. He was a top-tier power broker for the elite, pushing early Bitcoin to launch the dirty money, advancing transhumanist nightmares, orchestrating regime changes worldwide, and running MKUltra-style psychological torture ops to break minds and control key figures. The documents prove it. Coercion, trauma-based programming, and total domination are how these monsters keep their grip on power. And get this, buried in the files are emails between Epstein and Rothschild banker Ariane de Rothschild casually discussing how Adolf Hitler lived in a homeless shelter in Vienna funded by wealthy Jewish families, including the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. Epstein straight up says it's 100% true. Hitler was peddling his paintings and clothes while crashing in a shelter bankrolled by these bloodlines. Coincidence? Hell no, this ties the modern Rothschild financial empire right back to funding the very monster they claim to oppose. Are they still hiding him, or is his legacy in some Antarctic bunker or cloned body? The dots connect, Anons. They've been playing both sides for centuries. But it gets even darker. Whispers in these releases point to human cloning, elite experiments to create perfect doubles, while they depopulate the rest of us. Combine that with MKUltra mind control tech still running today. Think celebrity breakdowns, mass shooters, politicians who flip overnight. And transhumanist pushes for merging man with machine. This is the real plan. Wipe out God's creation, replace it with their soulless abominations. These aren't theories anymore. The deep state is panicking because the truth is leaking everywhere. They've controlled the narrative for decades through trauma, blackmail, and ritual abuse, but their great awakening is unstoppable now. The most important thing, waking up more people. Share this far and wide. The cabal fears an informed, angry populace more than anything, and using MK Ultra tactics to keep us docile. But we see you, demons. Nothing can stop what is coming. The storm is here. Trump knew. The White Hats are dismantling it piece by piece. Stay frosty, trust the plan, and keep red pilling. The end of their reign is close.
Talked about this multiple times. It'll come out in phases, and each phase you'll have like a little bit more, but more pressure will be put on the black pillars, the what we call FAGA. FAGA is the fake MAGA, as well as the liberals who are demanding that this information come about. And then we said it's going to drop, and when it drops, the thing is that the people who demanded it, the Democrats, the liberals who demanded it, will not be able to deny it. They will not be able to ignore it. And this is what we're finding out right now. Now, I did make a special note that not one active politician other than Donald Trump has been named in them. And I said, that's kind of odd. But I think that there's, 3-4 million documents. We're going to find some true revelations that are going to be coming out here. And as more and more people begin to associate Jeffrey Epstein with these documents and the atrocities that were committed, we're going to find a massive revelation happening within society. Now, this is also important because, if you guys go back to 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein, didn't kill himself, right? The majority of the people in the United States of America had no clue who Jeffrey Epstein was. Mm-hmm. They didn't know the name Jeffrey Epstein. So if justice came back then, it would have never been accepted globally. It wouldn't have been accepted nationally. People wouldn't have accepted it psychologically. But now it's a household name. You have the Netflix documentary. You have a 1 year of 3 different phases of people bringing attention to Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein. And all of a sudden they get released and they're like, oh, well, Reid Hoffman's implicated. And, oh, well, that's Netflix. And, well, now we got other politicians. We got global leaders. Oh, my God, the conspiracy theories were true. Now you have Pizzagate rising back up. And people are like, wait, Pizzagate was true? Mm-hmm. This is
far worse than what they were telling us, what we learned earlier. I say it's far, far worse than what you and I have been doing, Mike.
Yeah. So we're in this time of massive revelation that is occurring, and I believe that this is going to bring about what we've all been talking about is the Great Awakening.
We're going to welcome Mike Jaco in here. He's our third rounder coming in. Carrie will be in a minute, but Mike, we were talking about, as you heard, the Epstein files coming out, how this thing's unfolding, talking about the Grammys, Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj coming out, support of Trump and Christ. And I mean, you talk about throwing a grenade inside their freaking tent. Like, holy shit, when I saw that, all that information being put out there just in the last 24 hours. And just to get Mike's comment on it, what I'll say is that you just you laid out the landscape, Josh. The reality of all this is, and why so many people have gotten impatient in the last 5 years. And I get impatient with podcasters that get impatient. The reality is, this is not about taking down the deep state cabal on the planet. Yes, that's part of it. It has to be done. What this entire operation is about is an ascension track, a great awakening, letting people see for themselves. They will never, ever, ever believe it, especially after we've been lied to about all of our history, about World War II, Holocaust. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the realities of the Holocaust in Russia, the Bolsheviks slaughtering 60 million people. Nobody says anything. All this stuff that's never taught in history books and everything they do teach us is all programming. Most of it lies. And if and this could go in history books too this time, but they're going to remember history back then. Oh, they're lying. They lied back then, and then. But if we have the masses of people on Mother Earth telling the next generations on that, there's a DNA change at this level. When you are hit with these kind of traumas, there's a DNA change. It continues to carry itself throughout your whole life, and it goes down through generations. Believe it or not, DNA memories are stored inside of your cells, and it gets projected on. And so it's planting to a shift in the I wouldn't say the neural structures, but it's certainly the DNA to always remember what happened to this planet. The real history that people are getting to see is what's going to shift us in that upward track to such a hyper speed that once this thing goes vertical, when all this stuff just keeps bang, bang, but it's drip, 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 boom. It's the wake up. It is the absolute utter shock to get people out of the dream spell that the life they've lived is all a lie, all false, everything created was not how it was supposed to be. That is what this war is all about. Let's bring in Mike Jaco, get his comment on that, on the back end of that.
Yeah, everybody's like, they know their time is limited. They don't know that. They've had this happen to them so many times over, the centuries where, it's like it looks like they're going to end. They're still full speed ahead, and they're going to continue until they're all gone or all in prison, which is, I don't see any of that happening anytime soon. But we're going to basically break them down, and it's going to take time. It's like if you were coming after me and my team, SEAL Team 6 guys, you're going to have to eliminate every single one of us. And that's the way they are. They're going to keep coming at us, and they're going to keep, they have their missions, and they're going to keep coming. Jeffrey Epstein was part of their crew, and he was, I guess, convinced to give up information. It's ridiculous beyond belief. I said it from the beginning that the guy was still alive. He's going to give up information. There's even people that are putting stuff out, Scott, that he's there in Dallas with you, driving around in trucks. I don't know. So that could be disinformation, of course. And that's the way both sides are playing this game right now. And we see this satanic Luciferian stuff in the Super Bowl and like the Grammys. We just had, the woman that played in Home Alone. She died recently. We just had, the full moon. So the 3 days on either side of the full moon are ritual days for the deep state, the Luciferians. So they did that every time they have a Grammy. And it's happened over and over again. These people are just out of control, and the only way we defeat them is we start to expose, their evil. So the people can see it. I did a show last night, and I'm just calling out all these people that are out there protesting. They're just useful idiots. Useful idiots for the deep state. Come on, we got to see this. We can't say, oh, we need to let them peacefully protest. Not peacefully protesting. This is out of control. I said let's drive up a bus and load them up in the bus and take them down to the local precinct and said, who's paying you? You're a local and you're not being paid. Go home and don't come back again, or you're going to get arrested and you're going to be in jail for a while. You other people that are being paid, you're going to go to jail for a long time. So this is how we end this. We have to quit playing around with this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, Donnie Lemon's he's going to find out, isn't he, Mike?
It's like Hillary and, Bill Clinton should be arrested at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So when I start to see Don Lemon, he's low hanging fruit. So let's see some bigwigs get arrested, and then this game on. But until then, Pam Bondi's been in office, I don't know, over a year, and we haven't seen any major arrests. So I know it's probably a timing thing, but until we start seeing arrests, big name arrests, this is just a continuation of
Yeah.
a control system.
Well, and Mike, you make some great points there. I'm very critical of Pam Bondi. I don't like Pam Bondi as far as I can throw her, as well as Todd Blanche and Susie Wiles. I think that they are infiltrators. I mean, you can go back to Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles' connections to Jeb Bush and the Florida GOP political elite and all the financing that goes behind all that. I don't trust them, and I think that they're gatekeepers and stonewallers right now in the DOJ. Like today, Ed Martin is being removed from the DOJ, from the Department of Weaponization, and that's Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi that's doing that. Ed Martin's like one of our top guys that we want in there and we support, right?
Mhm.
So, on that, I give it halfway to midterms. So we got about roughly 5 to 6 months before, if there's nothing happening, and in the sense of tactics and strategy, when we start to look at it for the midterms where you want to make momentum, you want to win the midterms, and you're going to do that by revealing the truth, unveiling, declassifying, and then make it arrest, that's got to happen within this time frame. And if it doesn't happen this time frame, I come out and I say, okay, I'm calling BS on this. It's time for patriots to kind of stand up and begin to posture and say, hey, this needs to happen or else. We're going to be the ones protesting in the street. And don't worry, the Marines and the National Guard will join us because we're fed up with this crap. And I think that everybody understands that is the next stage if accountability does not come about. But that also goes to what Scott was saying in the context of the awakening, right? This is biological. This is evolutional, right? That what is happening right now, I studied biotechnology and genomics in my first years of college. Excuse me. And one of the things you learn is that evolution is not really evolution. It's called adaptability. And adaptability typically happens over very, very short periods of time, 100-year cycles. So a species will massively change its DNA, not over tens of thousands of years, but it'll happen within a short 10 to 100-year time frame. We are in that time frame right now. And my belief and my ideas upon it are that it's astronomical, that it is built directly into the fabric of the universe, and that the movement of our solar system through the galaxy as it transits the galactic arm is actually reminiscent of that. And I can get into that later if you guys want to talk about it, but it is actually pertinent because we are in that cycle right now, and look what's happening.
Well, I'll throw a person right in the middle of that conversation and
Oh
probably
yeah.
can speak more eloquently than any of us on what comes to galactic stuff, off planet, the demonic angelic realm. We got Carrie Cassidy coming in right now. Carrie typically has viewpoints that are stretched far beyond our boundaries of thinking in many cases, because she's been at this for decades, interviewing secret space program whistleblowers, people who trust her, have trusted her forever because she keeps their confidence. Um, my envy of my life is that she got to interview William Tompkins and broke some unbelievable information before they actually got to him, took him down. Carrie, we were talking about the Grammys. We were talking about Nicki Minaj, Jelly Roll coming out like supporting Trump, respectively, supporting Christ, respectively, going against the narrative of that. We see all these changes coming. The Epstein files now, of course, coming out. It appears, as always, strategic deployments of weapons to take down the deep state. So we just kind of threw this into the mix, throwing you in the middle of it. What do you see happening, Carrie, with the emergence of what people are impatiently waiting for, now seeing some signs of it, although there's still things that's causing great concern for things that aren't happening, the speed with which. But outside of that realm, when you're looking at what's happening in the programs, I don't even know if this is a good question. I'm framing this very well for your knowledge, but what do you see in the evolution of what's just taken place in the last couple of days? They attack Silver massively. Grammys coming out, big, powerful people hitting them as they're hitting us, our side, and Epstein files dripping out a lot of stuff now. How do you see? Where are we right now? Where are we?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's kind of like mayhem. I think that there's something going on. There is a structure behind the appearance of chaos. So I guess the deep state is pulling their games, and they're actually I think they're messing with people's minds. I think they're trying to scare you away from silver right now. So everything's dropping, but I think you do have to hold on. It's like a bucking bronco or something like that. So I hope that people aren't caving to that stuff. I think that it will go up eventually, but it may just actually do some really crazy stuff still in the future because they're trying to get their money. They're trying to get money in order to pay off their debt. The big players that went short. So I they're under. I mean, they've already they've already gone under. I think these banks, but they're being salvaged. They're being saved. Now you can't say you don't want them to be saved in a sense because you want your money, right?
Mhm.
Everyone has money invested in these big banks. I know I do. So I don't want to see my money disappear. So it's kind of a tug of war, I guess you might say. I actually was thinking that the White Hats had a lot to do with what's been going on with silver behind the scenes. I mean, maybe someone else can weigh in on that comment, if you will, because I'm seeing that this might be facilitating the QFS. Okay, so that people are going to be fed up, and that they do a lot of things that seem negative on the outside that turn positive on the inside once they come out. Okay, so there's that. I just I think that people are are changing their perspective, and I can't say a lot about this particular development, but I'm part of another group, and this particular group is attacking Trump big time with a bunch of stuff. And I've sent that along to, you know, who in the public that we deal with, and hoping that someone will say something to me like, don't release it or do release it or whatever the hell. But I don't think they want it out there, to be honest. And I hope it's wrong information. But and if it's wrong, then they're really escalating their BS. Okay, they're really going in for the jugular right now.
Makes
So
sense.
I think that patriots need to analyze things a little bit more and not be so rah rah. I think it's for a long time everyone wanted to just have a positive attitude and all of that. I think that time is past. I think we have to look closely. I mean, I wrote an article about what ICE is doing and how they could have done a whole different approach. And but they wanted to do. I wrote it in my article. I'm not going to go back over it here, but unless somebody wants me to. But I'm just saying, looking at these things, they are not looking positive on the outside, but maybe as we get closer in, they're going to switch up. Um, I get the feeling, Michael, you're kind of like in agreement with me over there. So I don't know, what you might think, but I think the manipulation is not just from the dark side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like where we're speaking right now, silver's up over $8, 10%, and back up to 85, $15 away from 100. So it's going to recover. Gold is up 185, so it's coming back. It's like
Yeah.
they came in, they hammered it. They probably got out of their shorts or whatever, and now it's going to recover. It's probably going to 500, I think, by the end of the year. It's crazy, the manipulations that's going on with it. But you're right, Carrie. We've been taking away their money on a massive scale, so they don't have the ability to really do the things they used to do. So that makes us safer because they can't so forth. But I think that's going to be.
So, Josh, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah. Well, number one, I will touch on what Carrie was saying about the manipulation is on both sides. She's spot on correct on this. I mean, my last show of the year was called the 2025 PSYOP, and it wasn't talking about the deep state. It was talking about the Trump administration, right? So I look at this in the context that disinformation is necessary. That we have an army. If you want to look at it, we have an army of people out there who have taken over the media, and we have to understand that the evil in this world listens to us as much as everybody else, and that they look at us for hints and clues of what's going to happen next or what's going to go on. They have to analyze all different possibilities, and so I look at the Trump administration utilizing that as a methodology to put in disinformation. And we've seen this consistent with Donald Trump, like, oh, I'm gonna bomb Iran this weekend, gonna bomb Iran this weekend. How many times have you heard he's gonna bomb Iran on the weekend? And whistleblower came out in the Wall Street Journal, and we have new evidence that Donald Trump's gonna launch a massive campaign and bomb Iran. Never happens, right? And so we continuously hear all of these aspects of disinformation. And I think that what it is it's controlled information. It's controlled dissemination of information. That we are in a psychological and unrestricted warfare domain, and that everybody is a player within this stage, and that we have to understand that and perceive it from that level, the 40,000 foot view. Now, going in the context of the QFS and the new financial system, Donald Trump did something really interesting today. He created a $12 billion strategic metal reserve. So this is rare earth minerals and metals, $12 billion strategic metal reserve. This is an indication of where this economic system is going. With gold and silver, yep, 100% JP Morgan manipulation all throughout. Now you have BlackRock and Binance manipulation of Bitcoin, skyrocketing it downward, right? And so we have the old guard, as I call them, manipulating the economic systems. They want to do this to basically produce chaos and turmoil in times of great transition. This is the last moves of the Rothschild banking dynasties, right? And so they want to keep away from the distraction of 3 million Epstein documents that implicate them in crimes and financial crimes around the world. So what they're going to do, they're going to crash silver down $100 or $60, whatever it is. But the Trump administration, at the same time that this old financial system is teeter-tottering back and forth, is building up a new economic system. And it's an asset-based, gold and silver asset-based economic system based upon natural resources of our country, which is over $124 trillion worth of rare earth minerals, metals, and oil. It's based upon the various deals that Donald Trump has made with various companies where he has a percentage interest in the companies that's given directly to the American people. And those dividends pay directly into the sovereign wealth fund, the tariff revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund, the asset revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund. It funds government. It pays the people a dividend, especially when AI begins to replace jobs. And why is this important? Is because we're learning that the $36 trillion of our national debt is equivalent to the $36 trillion of corruption that occurred, that was stolen over the last 20 years. And so this begins to make people start to wonder, well, how do we mitigate that debt? Well, we pay off the nation states, and the Federal Reserve is the largest holder of U.S. debt. And guess what? We can just clear the whole slate clean with that one in one fell swoop. And now you have a Trump ally that is in the Federal Reserve, Warsh, that's coming in. And I know he's globalist, Estee Lauder and all that, but understandable that he's controlled by Trump, period. He's controlled by Trump. And so when I start to look at the global landscape, we have a new world forming before us. And it's going to start slowly creeping in, and then eventually it's going to take over. And we're all going to notice it around the same time. But the key point is that we have to win the midterms. And I know that elections are still a questionable part of all of this.
Glad you brought that point up. I want to throw this out to the three of you. Yes, I believe also we learned this from the drops. Misinformation is real. Misinformation is necessary. They didn't say on which side. They just said it is real. It's necessary. Again, the white hats have to play us to a degree as well, in my opinion, to wake these masses up. And that's another reason why many people are pissed, because they want big heads to roll. I believe still they're going to roll. when they have used up everything from these scumbags that they could get to reshape the global order. And that's a point that I make on the back of what Anonymous came out with when the Epstein files weren't openly released when they wanted them to. We see the strategy, but also the point that was made was, look, when you have this much information on these criminals, if you out them to the whole world, yeah, we, the people of the world, will hunt them down and eliminate them. There's nowhere to hide. Have done the global leaders in business, in Hollywood, in governments and royal families, all this shit, DC, you name it. But the reality is, you lose leverage. If you expose them, you lose all the leverage that you have to reshape nations and reshape the whole planet. So, yeah, some of these people may be scumbags, but guess what? Their back's against the wall. On the other side of the wall is a 12 gauge shotgun. Here's what you're going to do. And when you fail to play the game now, the script we're giving you, we pull the trigger, which i.e. means Gitmo or whatever. That's how I see all of this thing playing out. When it comes down to putting the infrastructure in place, gives them time to do that. Like Kerry, most people know QFS is quantum financial system. I think all these things have to be, we learned this too. Timing is everything. For me, it's never been hard, and I don't know why I can remember these certain points, these certain drops. When I see all this stuff that makes me as uncomfortable as everybody else, somehow, boom, grab one, it just pops in. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to continue to remind myself the same thing that we all have learned through that course of time. Anyways, I'm going to shoot this right back over to you, Mike, and then off to Kerry. What do you, in your opinion, what do you see is there maneuvering right now in reshaping this global order with these actions that just happened in the last week or so, Kerry, and then or Mike, and then to Kerry?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing we have to have free and fair elections because they keep stealing the elections from people of merit that would make our country much better. So there's going to be some type of executive action or executive order where President Trump is going to say, okay, we need fair elections and we're going to implement this or whatever it's going to be. But we're still seeing, Democrats are still winning. They just won Virginia. They're even there in Texas, the Republic of Texas. They just had a Senate seat taken by Democrats. So it's like, what the heck is still going on here? It
Right.
should be a red wave wherever it's. And so they're still in our face stealing these elections. How long they're going to let it go on? It remains to be seen. But at some point, they're going to reveal the 2020 election was absolutely stolen. They're going to produce the truth of it. And it's really going to shock a lot of people. I don't think at this point a lot of people are going to be shocked. The people that are awake are awake, and the people that are consciously compromised they're not going to change. I don't think. So let's move on and let's take our country back. And in those places that are going to resist and put up a fuss, probably like Chicago and New York and L.A. and you name Austin maybe. You name the Seattle, you name the city, a deep blue, horrible city. They're going to riot and they're going to protest, free and fair elections because they can't have it because they're going to lose all their power. So that's where, like we've been talking about for years, we're going to see these cities erupt more than they are right now. Minneapolis, the home of Prince, so the singer. So what is going on with Minneapolis? It's like that used to be Minnesota used to be completely red, right, Josh? I mean, it was absolutely a red state, and
Still
it was
is.
stolen,
Yeah,
absolutely stolen. So there's going to be pushback. People are probably going to be driven into some of these big blue cities, and they're going to be destroyed, like we've talked about. I don't see any way around it at this point. And I think Trump has even said we're not going to help those cities or those areas that don't request it unless they go after federal buildings. That's the only way we're going to push back. So they're going to let these cities be destroyed. It sounds to me like we've been saying for years.
I think you hit the baseline. The election's critical. Here's one thing, Kerry, when I throw this question over to you, one thing we got to remember. If we don't do something about these elections, the Democrats, believe it or not, can take the House this fall. They can. if we do nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, like you just pointed out two cases, Mike, same shit. And here's what I think. I had a discussion with a few other people who have really deeply in this election integrity, who were exposing the election in 2020 just recently. What this may lead up to, in my own mind, all this, again, stolen elections right here in Texas, is that enough of this is put out into the public. And I hope Trump's going to do this. I think it's critical, because if he doesn't, and they succeed, and the Democrats actually can take the House, um, you're talking about impeachment. You're talking about shutting down everything he's trying to accomplish. We can't have that. We can't. This steamroller needs to continue to finish the job. That's why I believe it's critical that Trump declares the election infrastructure as critical infrastructure to our national security. If he does, they send in the troops and monitor everything so they cannot steal. Have National Guard or whoever run these elections, because we cannot lose these elections in the fall. So maybe what this is leading up to where it's apparent to everybody. Holy cow. Yes, we can't get a fair election. Trump is declaring it critical infrastructure, which sends, under the auspices of national security, sends the military in to guard and safeguard the election, just like they did in Iraq. I was Paul Valley talking about, everybody comes out with a purple stamp on their finger. That the day, it's really simple stuff. It's rudimentary, but it'll work. So I don't know if that's what they're leading up to here. But
Okay,
what do you
well,
think, Barry?
yeah, can I just jump in here, because I actually have an issue with I have an issue the way this is being handled as far as the election goes, or elections coming up. You guys, maybe we don't see it eye to eye, in the sense that when I see these Democrat type people, and I can see them anytime I just go down to the corner, I certainly go to Malibu, you know what I'm saying? And these people are not changing. Okay. They are not. Okay.
Yep.
And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that they're just digging in deeper. And I even have family members that, are just shocking to me. Okay. They are so out there. And so what happens is the shit is still happening. It's still, I don't know how, I'm not sure the exact solution, but they have been promising to bring out, let's say, the stolen election. Do it. You know, just do it. What are we waiting for? You're waiting to piss off more people. I don't think that's going to get you where you want to go, frankly. Um, I think, I mean, I just think some of this is a real fiasco. I think there was a different way to go into the cities, and there was a different way to approach the people. In You don't walk into a neighborhood that's completely armed against you. Now granted, there are games being played, there are possible setups happening to make ICE look worse than it is, that kind of thing. But I'm telling you that personally, I think that, one thing Trump does with other countries, he's not even doing in his own country, if you can check that out.
Hmm.
So he actually goes in and tries to mitigate the situation. He tries to treat the other side as if it's human. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He's not doing that in our country. Okay, he's actually making the other side more angry all the time. And I'm talking about the people. I don't, the monsters out there, the dons, like in Godfather. I see them pulling other stuff. Now, I don't think we're getting it, but I'm in touch with certain people, and they seem to be coming from the direction that the other side has a lot of stuff on this administration. Um, Focus is always on Trump, so we have to just acknowledge that. What I'm saying here is that they think they have ammunition. Okay, that's how they view it. They are doing pushback. It is the Godfather. It is the two sides. Okay, and the one side saying, you got that, well, I got this. And who's going to make the decision between one thing coming out and another? That's why this Epstein stuff is so sticky. It's a mess. And nobody comes out with intelligent stuff. All they come out with is he said, she said, some typical stuff, but they don't come out with the real machinations behind the scene. What was Epstein really doing? Yeah, we know the honeypot thing. He inherited that honeypot stuff. He was just slotted in there. I mean, there is something behind the scenes here that I don't like. I'm just saying, it bothers me. I don't see any kind of really, I see him on the international stage making very forthright moves. Here, it doesn't, it seems like either somebody's got something on him that's slowing him down, or the group, it's slowing the group down, or dissension within the ranks, or whatever it is. But I think that they need to clean that shit up. I think that he needs to be forthright, and he needs to be more honest with the people, because that's the kind of thing that the people love. If he wants to win hearts and minds, coming out as a hard ass and getting into their homes and freaking them out, and even their neighbors out. I mean, nobody wants to see that. Okay. We don't want to look like Nazi Germany with, Stasi or whatever you call them, going house to house. I mean, come on. That's not going to work in America. So
So
someone is not analyzing the American public. I know that they've done the tough love thing for a long time, and they thought they were going to wake them up. It's not working personally. That's my opinion. I don't see those people changing one fucking iota, I'll tell you. So if you want to come back at me with something, great. I'd love to hear it. But, you
well,
know,
your observations are great. You're spot on your
That's why you're here,
observations.
Terry. That's why we wanted you tonight.
Yeah,
Because
I love what you
yeah,
just said. You're
yeah.
spot on right. And I always try to look for logic or strategy or a tactical point from that, right? And
right.
so Minnesota, Scott Bessent said a few weeks ago, he says the same template we're using in Minnesota, we're going to use throughout every state. Now, what happened? They increased the amount of ICE and DHS into Minnesota massively. And you had people taken to the streets. But when you had the people taken to the streets, it goes right back to what you just said. You have financiers that are funding it. You have money that begins to flow. They start to play their hand. And once you begin to see and observe their hand, what had happened? Well, it escalated to the two people getting killed. Don't get me wrong. That was horrific. That was a tragedy. Even though they're dumb as rocks and shouldn't have made those bad decisions in life. And then what did Trump do? De-escalated. Pulled massive amounts of ICE out. Why? Because they got all the intel, all the information they needed on the money channels of how these things are organized. What did we get? We got the leaking of all their signal groups. We got their playbook. We find that it's directly associated with the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, with various other political candidates, of staffers of Tim Walz. That's all the DOJ needs. Now we pull back ICE, we de-escalate, and that's exactly what happened with Tim Walz and Trump's conversation. Hey, we're going to de-escalate. We're going to pull back. Why? Because we have all the intel now on how that network works. And if we know how it works there, well, this is cookie cutter. This is their playbook. This is how it's going to work in California. This is how it's going to work in Pennsylvania. This is how it's going to work in Chicago.
Yeah, but that's what Mike, I mean, I'm sorry to go back over the old stuff, but Mike Gill, he
No.
basically exposed all that. So, what I'm saying here is, what I see is they've gotten into a pattern where they think they were successful in those ways of going out, baiting the tiger jumps, and then they know the tiger's state of mind, kind of thing. That's kind of like what they've been doing. It's not going to work anymore. I think we're in a different chapter, than it's not seek and find and get some more info. This is not what's happening. If you want the cities to blow up, I don't see how that helps America. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't think isolating people and changing the American way. The American way was never to turn immigrants back. Think of it. They could have done it differently.
Legal immigrants.
Yeah, but that's bullshit, to be honest. I mean, when a person is,
Whoa.
let's say that somebody's on the run from another country, and all these people, you got to analyze the people coming in. Who are they really? Yes, we have military men with objectives. Okay. You got to do something with them. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. But going in Nazi style, like, like Netanyahu did in Palestine is not the way. All you're going to do is escalate, and pretty soon you've got genocide. Okay, it's got there's writing on the wall. I'm just saying, I don't think they're analyzing the, and that's why I got into my whole gray human hybrid thing, because you're not analyzing those people. You don't understand their psychology. It's not what you think. Okay, some of them are massively mind controlled and programmed. You can't approach a mind controlled person with violence and pushback and think they're going to do anything other than just go even crazier. Now, arguably, some of the so-called nurse from the Veterans Administration. Um, Now, I saw that Trump released this video. I assume it's not, CGI, that where he's kicking the truck, and in other words, they got to know that guy. He was already their enemy before they ever got into the gun battle. Do you know that? Because he kicked the shit out of their
Sure.
truck and had
Yeah.
bad attitude, right? But when you're a policing organization and you come in like the Nazis, what do you expect? I just don't think, I think there's a solidarity in that community that's nobody's honoring. It's nice when people want to defend their neighbors, regardless of what kind of, ID they had when they came in the door. These are people coming from cartel fucking countries, okay? These are people who have been maimed and messed with their whole fucking lives. I'm just saying, I don't think that they're analyzing the people properly. That
Well, so
they're
I
making
want to
them
jump in real
enemies.
quick. I think the assumption that's being made is that they're taking grandma and grandpa and escorting them out of the country. 98% of all the people that they were targeting in Minnesota have criminal records, whether it's violent, domestic violence. They are criminal records within the state of Minnesota record system or from their parent company. Criminals of some nature are the ones that they are
But
targeting.
they came from outside the country.
Right, exactly. So they're here illegally, and then they're committing crimes inside of our country, and that's what ICE is
Right.
going
But
after
what I'm
and removing.
saying is, did they have those, did those dossiers get spiked by the country they came from? You know, this kind of stuff, it takes a lot of investigation. I mean, I'm an investigative reporter. I can tell you, one minute you're talking to a person and they're a victim, next minute you're finding out they're the perpetrator, right? And so you're flip-flopping a lot. I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds too much
Well,
here, and I appreciate what you're saying.
but I also agree with you is that we could have done it better. You know what the Trump administration should have done at the beginning of the administration is they should have created a self-identifying amnesty program. If you come in and declare yourself an illegal immigrant and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal immigrant. I really need asylum. I can't go back to my country. I'm a good person. I'm here working hard. This is what I'm doing," and you worked with the U.S. government, you could work towards your citizenship and stay. I think that if they did something like that, this country would be far better in the context of stability right now.
I agree. I mean, I will agree with that, but I would say in this time, I doubt that would work. We're dealing with a problem that was thrust upon us for decades and seriously in the last 5 years. We got an onslaught of people have come in here to now create another option. I think I'll self-deport. I don't see how that's effective.
No,
Those
I don't think
people
the
that deserve.
psychology is being understood. With all due respect, I don't think they're understanding how to deal with this. And I think they're still in these old stages of collecting information. Provoke the tiger, get information, and then walk away. That's not how they should be operating in this. They should have all the information and intel they fucking need. I mean, you don't even know the technology they've got at hand. Michael might know to some degree. Okay. We're talking frequency. We're talking crossing that border without saying a word. And they've got the frequency on those people. Okay. So look, I'm not saying I have a really clear cut solution, but I do see suspicious things going on from our side, if you want to say the MAGA side, that tell me that they haven't really thought this through. They're trying to rely on a playbook, let's say they had 10 years ago or before the fake Biden, came out and paraded around. I mean, for God's sake, they haven't even come clean on that shit. I mean, look, You want people to trust you. We want people to understand what the hell's going on. And the other thing is that I'm telling you that this population thing where they shift populations, it's like the UK. Let's use the UK. It's a little less contentious over here because it's another country, right? UK went into Ukraine. They had already let in a ton of Muslims, and I go there regularly, so I know the shit over there. And so what happens is then they wanted some white people. So they go stir up what was already, a mess over in Ukraine, right? And then all the women and children come across the border and they let them in, right? Because this is a population all around the globe. These people who manipulate behind the scenes, they don't look at it like you do. They look at it as, well, we need some of this group, we need some of that group. And I'm telling you that south of the border are the ET, the gray ET human hybrids, and they want the ones with skills. Michael, you understand how important these skills are in war, right?
Yeah. So
So
the
start
last time
analyzing
the
it
Insurrection
just
Act was
that.
used was in the Rodney King riot. So I had a buddy that was SEAL Team 6 guy that left and he was going to go into the LA SWAT team. So he had to do 2 years in regular patrol before he went there. So I talked to him about the Rodney King. So he said that his group, like the normal LA SWAT guys, or not LA SWAT, but the LA crowd control people, they would come in. They're all like, they didn't know what they're doing, and the crowd just rolled right over them. He said that his group, they were like Spartan warriors when they came in. They were like, oh, and they like had shields and everything, and they like marched, and everybody just like scattered. They were
I
gone.
saw that Dallas here. I saw that downtown like in 2020.
Yeah.
It's
So
crazy.
the Insurrection Act, I think, is actually going to be implemented. Now, I think it's a timing thing. Now, when I've been overseas in combat zones, whether it be in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, I don't care where it was, when there were riots, the only thing that stopped them was highly trained groups that came in, and they didn't pussyfoot around, because if they came in and pussyfoot around, they got rolled over. But if they came in and they were aggressive, like Marines, everywhere the Marines went overseas, they dominated and they controlled. So you have to come in, and you have to come in hard and heavy if you're going to do it. If not, then that's the way things are going to roll. I think that's where we're at right now. We're just letting things roll, let everybody go. Okay, we're done with this. We want this cleaned up, and then it's going to start getting cleaned up. So I don't know. I
I think
I
they
know the
wanted
answer, but
people to
somebody's
react
not
the way they did.
bringing it.
They
Bringing
wanted
it.
that. They provoked them and they got it. Okay. And there's, see, what I'm trying to say here, it's just that I just want to clarify my points here. I'm coming from the point of view of the people in charge. I am not coming from the point of view of, even the troops. Okay, even like you're a fighter. Okay, you got good points, absolutely. But the problem is if the people at the top have an ulterior method, that they actually, that their ambition is different than we realize. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry to do this, but you got to do it. You got to analyze, why are the white hats operating the way they're operating. They keep kind of like doing bait and switch. They
Yep.
bait us. They give us all these headlines. Nino screaming, I've got headlines from a year ago that were exactly the same as the shit they're saying now.
Hmm.
And it's bullshit. Okay. It was bullshit then, and it's probably bullshit now. And they're going to push it another 6 months. You see what I'm saying? I am having an issue with the people who not are working their ass off, on the troop level, but the people behind them who are actually, also baiting us, are the audience. You want someone to actually understand where you're coming from.
Mhm.
I don't think that this way of operation is working. I think they need to rethink themselves. Okay. I think they've got the data, they've got the intel. If your idea was to flesh them out, you already know where they are. You know what types they are. Like I said, you have to retrain these mind controlled military age men to come onto your side. That's actually the objective here. It's got to be. You think about it. Your objective is not to send them outside the border where they can join the Cubans and fight against you in the future. That's not useful. You have to look long term. You have to think, what are they really doing? Why are they keep baiting us with this? I thought they were going to come out with like a huge thing right before this whole silver thing kind of took a lot of focus. I thought they were coming out and going to say, this is how the election was stolen, and here's our witnesses, and whatever, right? In other words, stop taking shit from the judiciary, all right? And you want to have balls there,
Yeah, do
okay?
what Bukele did in El Salvador. Went in, the very first thing he did, took down all the judges. There was only 60 of them, so it wasn't hard to get rid of all of them because they're all
And Tina
corrupt and
Peters,
criminal.
she's still sitting in jail. I don't know if she's a fake or a real. I analyzed that really early on, and I saw Colorado should never have had that case. That should have been yanked out by our executive branch and said, no way, you don't own this case. This is a federal case. This is a federal election. Get the fuck out of there. And what are they doing? They're going over doing the low hanging fruit shit and arguing with them over niceties. This is bullshit when, it's just, I know I might have a different attitude than some people, but I saw, the round table that John Chambers had. He had these really good military people on it.
Like
And
Mike
those
Jacob.
guys were just like me. I mean, I was like, yeah, yeah, the whole time I was like so proud of them. And so they were on it. I mean, what the hell is going on? I don't know who is relying on who back the scenes, right? But I can tell you that something is not right. Either they've got something on you that if you can't have to act a certain way because they'll expose you, right? That kind of thing. So they've got something behind their back, or there's something, dirty in River City, so to speak. I mean, there's something.
Or the end result is not what we all expected. Maybe there's something else that's happening that is different than what we believed it to be.
Josh, I want to jump in there with you and then have you pull it back from me because that's an interesting point. By the way, folks, you need to understand something. The only way we force the truth, whether you understand if you're getting it or not, is exactly what Carrie's doing. Because when we just give carte blanche to whoever's in front of us, again, that's how we got here in the first place. Never question these people. I know, Mike, you've pushed on Trump in the past pretty hard. I've never really, once or twice I've like gotten in there and like, what the hell is going on? Josh, I'm not sure how but this is necessary. And the leadership of this country, if we're getting back to the Republic, are going to expect that from us. And I said this in the past, if they're watching us, if Trump's watching me when I say something, guess what? Even if it is something that he wouldn't align with or agree with or what the hell, be like, kid's doing his job. That is critical. Second thing, I want to throw this in here, Josh, because it's something that I have had to ask myself. Look at these multi-trillion-dollar deals set up to come into this country from Middle Eastern countries like Qatar and others who are actually supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive problem in this country. You folks saw John Guandola here last week. It's a massive problem. It's going to be addressed. And I asked myself, why? Why are we taking all this massive investment from these Middle Eastern countries? And I thought to myself, is there always a bigger play here? Is Trump and the team getting back, recovering the massive investment in this country to get the economy on bulletproof ground? So then when they turn and say, okay, shut down the Muslim Brotherhood, and this is just me talking, shut down this bullshit from Muslim Brotherhood in your country, or we're nationalizing everything you just built in the United States. You're going to do what we need you to do to put an end to this bullshit, but you need a lever. You need leverage to do it. And I'm wondering if taking that, again, Trump, yes, we hear it all the time, Carrie, and I'm parroting the same stuff I've heard, seen, on the boards and everything else, but it's what I have to work with. And I have to wonder, is this the game plan in that respect of why they do things like they do to get leverage or the upper hand for the benefit of the American economy, the American people, and American national security? Just Josh, your thought on that.
Yeah, so I mean, number one, getting into Middle Eastern politics and the evolution of that over the course of the last 50 years is a completely different situation. But I think that actually talking about the money, because we're talking about approximately $23 trillion that Donald Trump has earmarked, secured from these countries, from these corporations to come over, and this is actually going to help build out a lot of the infrastructure for artificial intelligence, blockchain economic systems, and new technological systems that are coming about, because we're in a 500-year leap that is about to occur over the next 20 years. Now, Gaza is actually probably the best example that I can bring about for all of this. You know, when Donald Trump came out and announced that, hey, we're going to build hotels and golf courses in Gaza, people are like, what? This is nuts. This is crazy. But I mean, who's investing in it? Saudi Arabia, it's the Qataris, right? Attachments to the ISIS, attachments to the Al Qaeda and to the Muslim Brotherhood. It's all there. But you know, one thing that I realized, and take Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or UAE, for example, is that when they invest in infrastructure and build big skyscrapers and hotels and golf courses, bombs don't drop there. And I think that that's one important fact to remember, is that when they start putting their money in some place, bombs don't drop in those places. You notice bombs only drop over poor people's heads. And so Syria is going to be built up like a first world country. And so the trade-off that Trump is going in and making these negotiations is, hey, we're going to take you out of the third world and we're going to make you a first world nation. Hey, in Gaza, and this is one of the things that, like, I understand the power of Benjamin Netanyahu, but I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu has much power over Donald Trump. And Gaza is actually the prime example for this. And the reason being is because Donald Trump is negotiating a two-state solution, 2 or 3 state solution. And when Gaza becomes modernized with golf courses and skyscrapers, do you think Israel's going to drop bombs on Saudi and Qatari properties? That's not going to happen.
Interesting.
No, never going to happen. But what does that do? It begins to change the cultural trauma that these people have endured for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It begins to take them out of that system of war that has dominated their life.
And poverty, because a lot of those people,
right. And
poverty stricken, they're able to capture them into this maniacal, radical Muslim mindset, or whatever you want to call it. Because they got nothing else. They feel they belong. They have a reason to live now. Over here, they're eating grass and freaking dirt, most of their lives.
Systemic trauma.
Sheep alive. That, to me, that's brilliant. I've never thought of that before, but I think you, Mike, what do you think? You might have nailed something here. Refashion the world so people love the life that they get to live in their own countries, which, Carrie, whether we believe in the Sarjasar, the repatriation of the wealth of the world to the people, where everybody has it great and they want to go back to their own countries. I don't know if that makes sense to me if it's true. But Josh, I mean, I think that's, Mike, what do you think? I think that's brilliant. Maybe that's a methodology.
Yeah, you have to come in and you have to clean house first, which is, Israel and America's doing that. Of course, there's another side of everybody saying they're genociding people. I don't believe that's true, but I've been in the Middle East. I've seen this going on for almost 30 years. Close to half my life I've spent in the Middle East. They have incredible potential in the Middle East. They have resources, they have the people, but they don't have security. I remember when I was in Afghanistan in this wonderful area in Herat where Alexander the Great still had a fort, Genghis Khan had built bridges. No one had been, and the Romans had old bathhouse, which they were rediscovering, all kind of crazy stuff. But they couldn't, build nurseries for, trees and so forth because people would come and steal the fruit. They'd have to build walls and have security. They can't afford it. It's not, cost effective. So if you can't come in and create security in these areas, they're never going to go anywhere. And I know country after country has come in. I remember what they said in Herat. They said, we're the city of 100 fathers, because they've had all these Greeks, Romans, and all these people that come in. No one's been able to control and secure those areas. Now, a lot of the problem also is, I'm going to say it, they do a lot of inbreeding. And inbreeding basically causes lower IQ below 70, which is idiot level. I used to go overseas and I'd be like, there must be some really different cultural things going on here because they seem like they don't get things, but they don't get things because they've been dumbed down for a long time.
They must have
And
imported the Democrats from the Middle
Well,
East, my guess.
they've done a lot of importing to here in America of these people, and we see it with the Somalis. Somalis are extremely inbred and extremely stupid. So look who's like running them. So you got extremely, low IQ people, and then you have like the Democrats that are running them. Who has a higher IQ? I don't know. So we have
well,
massive
yeah,
problems.
but I think that, it's all fine what Josh has come up with, but that's actually nothing to do with our situation here with the white hats in our country. In other words, what they're doing over there, yeah, I agree with the idea of, places decimated as it is, so do something good with it. You're not going to be so happy about that necessarily, but hey, you got to live another day, right? So sooner or later they'll maybe get on the bandwagon. But the point being is, all you've done is take this discussion out of America and
No,
into these
no, no.
other
This goes
places.
right back to what Scott was asking about the $23 trillion coming in from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar and Oman that's coming into the United States to build out infrastructure. I
Yeah,
mean,
but we don't lack, I mean, I know that people think we lack money or something, but we don't. Okay. And yes, Trump is a
well, we
great,
do
he's a
because of massive
businessman.
corruption. In money, the money that we have right now is kind of really fake money, right? So what we're talking about is
Real
that
money.
when other countries become invested in the infrastructure, they're going to get paid dividends, just like the American people are going to get paid dividends. But what is going to be built on that infrastructure? And I think that this is the most important part, is that we are about to have, and I got confirmation of this from a top general in our U.S. military that I just talked to the other day, and I said it on my show, and he messaged me and said, "Hey," I said, we are about to make a 500-year leap in technology in less than 20 years. That is what is about to happen. Okay, all of this technological lack of progress that we've had over the last 80 years because of the USAPs and the SAP programs and this all of that, it's trickle down disclosure time. It's all coming out, and over the next 20 years, all of that is going to be a reality. Which means that when we're sitting here with, 1950 and 1940 outlets in our house and copper wires running electricity, and we're sitting here with copper, massive electric lines that are going across acres and acres of field to deliver
Worst part of
electricity.
all of it is
We
that.
don't have the infrastructure to substantiate technology. And a good key point of this is that we all have our contacts and stuff like that. One of the things that I had was out of the special projects is that we have these craft that we discovered on this planet buried, and we got them out, and we have no idea how they run. We figured out how they operate, and we can take them up in the air and we can move them around, but we can't operate them. The reason being is because it's conscious integrated technology.
Yeah.
Is that consciousness integrates with the technology, and this is the next branch, this is the next tranche. But here's the thing, is the infrastructure for that technology doesn't exist. You can't bring about that highly advanced technology and say, here you go, humanity, enjoy space, go do this, because the infrastructure doesn't exist to substantiate it. And that's got to get built out. And that's the process that we're in. At the same time, we're taking down the evil of the world. At least that's how I see it. I look at it from a different perspective. And I looked at, Donald Trump is truly out there trying to organize and negotiate world peace. He's trying to bring it about in the best way, shape, and fashion that he can. And that's through not warfare, but peace through strength, but negotiating deals. And that if we can take the people out there that are kind of the war domain, the cartels and the terrorists, and we can change their trauma-based mindsets, we can start to bring infrastructure to their areas and rebuild them and give them opportunities, it's going to change the whole mindset of the planet as we begin to evolve towards this new technological infrastructure as well as spiritual infrastructure that's being built in front of us.
Good point.
Well, I hate to throw, rain on your parade, but the bottom line here is also that you've got crime bosses in every city. And again, Mike Gill brought this up. Okay. It's a structure. it's not about Somalis hitting the street. Okay. That's not actually the issue. The real issue is behind the scenes. And what kind of deal are you going to do with these crazy, I don't know, maniacal, crime bosses who have their piece of territory, whether it's Chicago, and Chicago's a huge issue. We basically have to figure out, it has to be done behind the scenes, and part of that is the judiciary. I mean, that is making decisions that go against any kind of change. Okay, so I appreciate what you're saying, but actually I have to say there's some deception there. Okay, you apparently don't know or don't acknowledge the secret space program and all the use of technology they're involved in. They've done it already. Okay, what this
But
is
Carrie, it's not here right now in the
commercialization.
United States. It's not
I
in
know
my house
it's
connecting Mike's house, connecting your house.
commercialization of
That's what
what
I'm
they've
saying.
done behind the scenes. And yes, more power to them. But I do have to throw a couple little things in there. One of the things is that, look, airplanes right now are operating with free energy behind the scenes. It's a mixture of fuels. They are rolling out this technology, okay? But some of the technology is strange. It doesn't necessarily need what they say it needs, okay? You can't go halfway there. You can't be halfway pregnant with this shit. It is actually not about databases, okay, of miles of databases. Free energy doesn't need all that shit. They don't aren't, I appreciate what the knowledge level you have, but if you knew what I know, these people are not rolling out what they really have. They're building up a country based on almost an old model. You cannot enter free energy with an old model. You understand what I'm saying? It's not
Literally what I just
industrialization.
said. It's quite literally what I was just saying.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But, maybe you said it in different words than I interpreted you. That's all fine, good. All I'm saying is that's great. I don't think anyone, at least in this group, is going to object to any of that. I think we started out the conversation. You want to change the conversation, that's fine. But, I just want to say that there's something else going on behind the scenes where the old guard who are still entrenched in our country are not being moved out.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't
And
disagree with that.
and and
I
what's
don't
the
disagree with that.
solution? Part of the solution may be in the courts, okay? Just like the very simple case of just Tina Peters, it doesn't belong where it is, get it the fuck out, okay? Make those kinds of decisions. The trouble is that some of these people, I guess, maybe they're threatening, their kids. Maybe they're threatening, I mean, they're mafia bosses. These are the strongholds. Okay. It's like it's like on one level, we're Afghanistan. Okay. In terms of these guys who are trying to run and control their cities and their people and so on and so forth. And the other, you've got a high tech world that's racing ahead. You know what I'm saying? And absolutely, I agree with you. That's a wonderful thing, and Trump has his eye on that very wisely. Okay, so I don't know. Even when we put this roundtable together, I don't know that we defined what the topic is, but you do have these two sides to this story. Do you know what I'm saying? You got people
100%.
on the ground, and you've got a higher level of being able to understand for the people out there, as far as I'm concerned. They need to understand about the gray human hybrids and this technology that they're going to have access to, okay? That some of our people just are not prepared for whatsoever. And they're going to recruit them. You could say the open border was a recruitment policy, okay, for these people, okay, for the future, for the technology you're, going on about. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, I
So
don't see,
so one of my thoughts on that, Carrie, is that before you came in, it was me, Mike, and Scott, and I said that, listen, we have about 6 months. If we don't see action on those same people, the old guard leftovers that you're talking about in 6 months, it's time to take a different approach towards what we're doing. It's time
Time to
for
rise up.
us it's
what we're
time
doing
for
out
us to
here.
rise
Yeah.
up. Like
Yeah.
our patience is very, very thin on all of this. Look, I don't like Pam Bondi. I don't like Todd Blanche. I don't like Susie Wiles. I believe they're compromised, and I believe that they're holding Trump back. They're gatekeepers. I think that they're stonewallers, and I think that they're working for the Bush era neocons that are nothing more than an extension of the same old guard deep state. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that side. We're talking about various different topics, so we're kind of
Right.
going all over.
Yeah, I
But
get it.
on the
But I
geopolitical
agree with
level,
Kerry. I mean, we can't even get Pam Bondi out of prison, or not
yeah,
Pam Bondi, but Kerry Lake. We can't even get her out of prison. I mean,
Tina
what the
Peters, yeah,
hell?
Tina Peters.
Let
yeah.
me get involved in this, and I'll
Tina
get a group together.
Peters.
We'll go get her out. So come on, quit playing
Yeah, and
around
the
with
military
it.
was
Get her out.
all over that shit. I mean, in other words, it's kind of funny, but Trump's willing to break rules overseas, but
Right.
he's not willing to break the rules here in our
Yes.
country because he's so fucking paranoid of looking like a dictator. He's not a dictator, okay? But he has to pull rank at some point to make change.
Let me throw this at you, Carrie. Again, I don't play devil's advocate either way, but I think you're right 100%. But here's the thing. In other countries, they're not under the, quote unquote US laws as they're laid out in whatever constitution they're going by. In my opinion, is that you two things that are in my mind. Number one, we can't get justice in the courts because it's a completely captured operation. And number two, when this is all said and done, projected in the future, they've taken the entire global satanic architecture down. And of course, you want to have the people shift spiritually, so psychologically, so we never repeat this again or we never let it happen again. But at the end of the day, we or they need to use their laws that they passed against them by the book 1000%, so they can never say there's illegitimacy here, you broke the law. So if they're doing this through the process of the laws that they cannot violate, that these scumbags put in place for their benefit now being used against them, maybe, just maybe, that's why it's operating differently here. Breaking the laws overseas, we're not bound to those. We are, at least mentally, psychologically, bound to the Constitution, even if it's the false one that they created, after 1871. But at least they're making this bulletproof, so they can't say in 10, 20, 50, 100 years, they illegally stole the country, they broke these laws. Then it'll be like, no. Their laws were corrupt and criminal to serve them, and they used the exact same legal system to bury them legitimately, honorably, honestly.
But the judiciary is actually breaking laws every day, and they're actually pulling rank in ways they weren't even supposed to.
Yes,
And
but
one of the things that I
constitutionally, because of that, the Constitution makes way for, okay, this branch of government can no longer serve.
I don't see a shutdown.
And
I
then
don't
it
see
goes,
a,
and then
I
it goes
don't
to
see them.
military tribunal.
I
How do
don't
you
see
get
Trump
everything in
getting in
military
their face.
tribunal? The only
I
way
mean,
the country
no,
accepts military
I'm
tribunals is
sorry,
because the
but
justice
I
system
investigated
is
the
so
Tina
corrupted.
Peters situation. There is an oversight body that exists in the federal government that should have shut Colorado down and did
Yes.
not do so.
Yes.
They shouldn't have taken the case. There's legal grounding for what I'm saying here. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like there was legal grounding also for Sidney Powell to come forward with the real evidence. I can't even count the number of years ago.
Right.
Okay. But let's
Mhm.
just say 4 years ago. Even then, a lot of this, when you get into the niceties of the legal system, a lot of times you do have a leg to stand on to actually change things. And it's whether you make the move, whether you take the initiative and absolutely stand up, the way Trump has stood up against the World Economic Forum. In other words, you can't have a judiciary where you keep letting them take control and nobody fights the real battle. See, they go sideways.
Agreed. I'm going to ask you a question on that. Agreed 100%. I'll ask you a question on that.
Absolutely.
But is the overall mission to basically take down this global power structure, or is it to provoke the wide eye opening? I'm not talking about the left you can't capture. They're lobotomized. There's a 15% or lost forever. I'm talking about the elevating the gravity in the minds and souls of we the people like us, that again, you can't tell them the truth. Sometimes you must show them. My opinion is they have got to show to the look, we're awake, we're talking to the choir, we're together all the time, every day. Our audiences, they already know all this, but you have this faction out there that again is supporting what's happening. They're on the same side as we are, but they're not junkies like we are discovering the minutia. My belief is it's the you go into a country, Mike, you gotta change hearts and minds. I believe here too, you gotta change hearts and minds. You've got to show the people the gravity of this crime syndicate, including the judiciary, for people to not get in the way if we do need to go to military tribunals. Yeah, they can wipe out the whole global cabal on the planet, but they're going to be in control in 20, 25, 30 years again, because the same people are going to do the same shit. And our people have no vested play in helping part of this process. They've done nothing. They sat back and they're again, you say, hey, here's what happened. Okay, great. Let's continue on. Got a great world. The people have to change at the spiritual or soul level through all this bullshit that has to come down on our head like a wrecking ball to get us to say, never, never again can we allow this to happen. I think when we've seen this all the time, now comes the pain, now comes the pain. We were all like, yeah, we're going to take the pain to these bastards, these killers and criminals and governments and everything. Maybe that pain is supposed to be also for us. We have to go through the pain. We've abdicated our responsibilities in a republic. Even when we knew the threat was bearing on us over the last 100 years, we still abdicated it for whatever reason. I don't know. But if we don't change as a nation, as a species, is like Planet of the Apes, the original one when I was a kid. Their standard chant, ape has killed ape, the most foreign thing to that species. Until we get to that, we're never going to stop killing each other. Yep. And what does it come from? It comes from scarcity on the planet, scarcity of resources, which isn't true. They steal everything that can help humanity and hide it and all that. So I wonder if the grand plan is, I agree with everything you're saying, but I wonder is a grand plan is these people need to go through their own shit, shock, and awe on them to understand why it's critical to play a role in your own freedom. It's not gifted to you, and you don't have to feed it, water it, take care of it. And I'm wondering, is that possibly why we're going through all this bullshit that we are unhappy about? Is that why? I don't know.
The show's not for us. It's for the normies, for the other people who haven't woken up yet, right? I do have to run. I have to get on my own show. Guys, I appreciate y'all having me. Carrie, good to see you again. Jaco, Scott, always Carrie. Hope you guys all have a great one. Take care. Appreciate you having me on, Scott.
Thanks for coming in, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Mike, you want to pick up on that? And I got to have Carrie's response too, because they're always thought-provoking. Pisses me off sometimes, but it's thought-provoking. Hey, Carrie, slapping you high five.
I'm the guy that is going to call you out, and I'm calling it out. It's like we've been talking about this since Trump's last administration, that he's going to go after the deep state. He's never done it. It's like I haven't really seen any action.
In this country, that's what I'm talking about.
We make excuses for him. And then we try and justify his actions and the actions of those that are doing pretty much nothing. Dan Bongino's like, you get me in there, we're gonna clean house, and he got in there and he just went with the show. Get the hell out of there, and he did, because he couldn't do anything, and now he's back to his show. What did you do, Dan? Nothing. So this is what we're seeing from these people. I guess we're going to have to rise up here pretty soon. This spring and summer, there's going to be some outrage from our side, and we're not going to put up with the bullshit from anybody. We're going to get things done, and if it takes, bringing in the wrecking ball, that's what's going to happen.
I like that.
Yeah, I have to push back against what you were saying there a little bit earlier, Scott, because, there's a way that people think they're at fault and they start to blame themselves, okay? And they go down this like really dark hole and it goes nowhere. I'm not like, I don't kind of go along with that. I see the issues are at the top. I see that's where our attention span needs to be. I don't see looking at the people in the street and calling, saying they're at fault. Half the time, what you see is, that like I don't know the details and everything, but that doctor, again, there's context. There's something before that happened. It's just like, there's this woman, Miriam. She's an excellent investigative journalist. She got in deep on the George Floyd stuff, which is exactly what the fuck this was going down like. Okay. This is a formula. This is actually, I was reading something, I don't know who wrote it or whatever, saying that this is how they're trained. They're actually trained to put their knee on the neck of the person and all that nonsense. So, what I'm saying here is that that guy has a history. He had a history, and apparently, there are people being put up to actually, rabble rouse,
Rouse. Hmm.
to to actually work for the man to instigate some of this stuff. So
Right.
it doesn't even have a good beginning. Okay, these are not people that are victims. There may be victims, but those are not the victims. Okay,
Yeah,
that were
they've been showing the
in the
bus loads
news.
coming in, Carrie. They've been showing bus loads, them coming in, raising hell, getting on the
The
bus
same
and
thing
leaving for your
January
life.
State
6th. Okay,
agitators.
we know that. But have they ever even exposed all of that? Like
Yeah.
sufficiently to show that that was a setup? In other words, again, where does it come from? It comes from the higher levels, the middle to middle high. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain echelon that are the crime bosses type people who are running this thing like a game and are basically poisoning the well, in my view, and not enough attention goes to that level, because that's the level where Trump can operate. That's the level where that those guys know, they actually can point to the people and know exactly what kind of game's being played there. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't think looking at low IQ is really the solution, and saying, oh, it's because they have a low IQ. That's bullshit. Okay. We don't even understand IQ, to be truthful. And the fact of the matter is that once they get out from under some kind of bullshit in their country where they drink bad water and have bad lighting or whatever the hell it is, their brains can grow. They can change. Okay. They may already be getting, all kinds of stuff headed towards them, even from various ETs that support those peoples. You cannot use these old standards to make racist, really, statements, because it's not correct. Okay, it really, those statements, even back in the days of racism, were wrong. Okay, we don't even understand ourselves, let alone others. Okay, in terms of what's the human potentiality here that's being held down by the higher ups that are getting off. They're getting off every time. They're not being raked over the coals. Their names are not hitting in the press, not enough of them. You know what I'm saying? I know that there's a change because of the white hats. I know that they're aiming to have supposed, bring these guys forward and, and expose their nasty deeds, but not enough of it. It's not happening fast enough. I think they did all this homework back in the day, so it's not like they lack evidence. Okay, they
Yeah.
have the evidence. Okay, it's the same story. Why aren't they bringing it forward? This drives me crazy. It might not keep you up at night, but it sure as shit keeps me up at night. I'm not worried about a Somali family who one of their sons gets radicalized. That's small potatoes compared to what we're talking about. We're talking about a systemic problem. Okay, it's all across America. It's an old boys network, and it's full of shit. And yes, Epstein is like the tip of the iceberg, but Epstein was involved in a lot more sophisticated stuff than just the honeypotting, in a sense. Okay, on what he was really involved in, the stuff they
Transhumanism.
won't tell you. But I'm not the only investigator out there. Okay, our jobs, if you want to ask me about this, is that, you, me, Jaco, we're supposed to be raising the questions. We're the investigators. Even if you aren't like a conventional journalist, we are here to speak on behalf of the people and say, wait, what's wrong? Where is this going? Why isn't Tina free? Why is this continuing in the halls of DC? Why are these scoundrels still in charge of our cities? Okay. We need to bring the attention to those issues, not to cut to some kind of racist statement about people that you don't even know what you're talking about. IQ, EQ, fuck it. We're all part ET. You don't know the fuck about anybody to the
Mhm.
degree that you need to be able to evaluate who they are now and who they're going to be in the future.
Let me throw an aerial question, Mike. I want to get your response too. And yeah, Carrie, that needs to come out. We are the result, humans, of 22 different ET, DNA, genetic experiments, whatever the truth of all of it is. Yeah, have no doubt in my soul about all that. And that's a great point. We got to figure out who the hell we are first, and that's where, as I said many times on these big church stages around the country, and We Are Awakened tour, said it every time. Religion is the single worst thing that's ever happened to humanity, and it is. And I've never had a pastor get pissed, throw me out, or even they've to the last one, virtually all of them have come to me. It's now one or two come to me afterwards or before backstage. Thank you for what you do, and I would always look at them like, you actually allow your husband to listen to my language, and they always laugh. But yeah, I've said it many times, and I agree with you on 100% on that. Let me ask you this then, Mike. You can speak to this too. The slowness with which this is all rolling out. The Off-Planet Alliance wants to drop the whole shit show on humanity. They'll figure it out. The On-Planet Alliance says, no, we want to take 20 to 50 years to bring this all out slowly because they can't handle it. Is that playing in here anywhere?
No, not at all. We, like Carrie's saying, we can advance very quickly. Someone that's got supposedly low IQ, intuitive, your intuition is far more advanced when you start
Right.
to tap into that. That's where the real human consciousness and the real intelligence is at. So, you can make that leap. Anyone can make that leap. So this idea, I remember seeing when cell phones and all that came out, and I remember going overseas, and they didn't even have electric wires up. And here they are, they're getting their cell phones, and they're like, screwing around with their cell phones. We were laughing. They haven't figured it out. But they were making a leap. They didn't have to go through setting up their electrical wire system that we went through. They made a leap. So, and they did. I mean, now you go overseas, and they're probably in some places more advanced than we are with their electronics. So, anyone can make the leaps. So the consciousness from off-worlders or on-worlders or whatever is not going to make a difference. We already have these technologies, and they're going to be released at some point. And what we are all talking about, especially Carrie, is quit screwing around. Just the basic stuff of releasing Tina Peters, you can't even do that. And we're on the verge of like releasing these technologies, free energy and hovercrafts and all that kind of stuff. Come on, quit
I
screwing
mean, you
around
have
here.
to clean your own house. This
Yeah.
is America. Okay, let's get it right in our cities, and before we start going and shipping it out from, with a bunch of shit in other countries. The bottom line here is that I'm just going to lay it on the line. The white hats are in the driver's seat. I hope they're there for a long time, but it does not appear that they're taking as much advantage as they could. Okay, I just saw today something. There's some judge who just pushed back on something Trump wanted to do. It's like it's infected. Okay, it needs to change, and that means drastic action. Okay, that doesn't mean namby-pamby spend hours and years in courts. Okay,
Yes.
we need people who are in charge of things, because I say to people, who's in charge of that? I think, in a sense, I'm kind of like Trump that way. I mean, just get me the guy who's in charge, because I'm going to tell him what the fuck needs to be done and have him do it. Okay. None of this bullshit. Okay. I'm sick of it. Okay. I don't know what they're doing with their little games and mental games and all that shit, but come on. There's things that can be done and haven't been done and have been sitting on the sidelines because why? Because they're consulting an AI. You don't even know that if that AI really knows what the fuck is right and wrong. You really don't. Okay. I'm sorry. This is the situation. Okay, it's not about low IQs. Okay, of immigrants. Okay, I'm just not calling you guys out. I know what you're talking about, how it plays out. But the bottom line is they've got smarts that you never dreamed of having because of what they've dealt with in their lives that have told them they maybe play dumb for you guys, okay? Because you're so fucking stupid, you don't know any better. So they can deceive the fuck out of you. Women have been doing that to men
They've been doing it to
forever.
Americans for 100 years,
Okay.
actually, now that you say it.
I
Now that
mean,
you say
really,
it.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
These people, they have, I mean, I travel a hell of a lot and I see so much brilliance out there in the people everywhere I go. I'm
Mhm.
not kidding. I mean, I was in a situation in Morocco. We were there at 11 o'clock at night and nobody could help us. And our cab driver, who did not even speak English, got it together and saved our asses. Okay. I have seen people in other countries have a, I don't know what you want to call it, a simpatico, a humanity among each other that just, whew, just blows my mind. It's so amazing. So before you start criticizing, start understanding the psychology going on in these states, and they're living right next door. They've become their neighbors. You gotta, gotta understand what is that. Okay,
All right.
what's going on there?
I'm going to throw a supportive in here for you, Carrie. And I support you all the time. Um, Not that we agree on everything. We've had extensive phone calls where you and I've gone back and forth on things, always respectfully. And you're like, I never thought of it that way too. But I'm going to make your point for you here that you're trying to make. And this was brought to me by when I was still in the world of elected politics. Met a guy in Nevada, and I just got into town. I was like, Kevin Wynn, Steve's daughter, was helping me get my business off the ground there and plugging me in. She found out about my background in California, all the stuff I did, had me over for dinner one night. Wonderful husband, Dan, great people. And of course, they learned about me and they wanted to see if they could integrate me into Nevada politics. And I'm like, absolutely not. I'm here for one reason, money. I gave 16 years of my life to this bullshit and find out that it's a crime syndicate. I'm out. That's where it ended. But I remember when I went to some event and there's this guy, he's from Mexico. He was brought here when it was very young, and he had mother here, but he found out his real mother was there. She shipped him out here so he could have a better life. And he got involved in politics, of course, successful in business too. He couldn't even speak. I mean, he was 18 or 19 when he came here, couldn't speak a word of English. Today's very successful, probably like 12, 13 years later. And he said to me, Scott, the Republicans, you're all talking about we need to court the Hispanic vote, because they're family oriented, all these things about what we were talking about during the post or the Bush era, Shrub Bush, the lower IQ one, since we're talking about IQ, that one. And so during this, he made this case. He said, you're misunderstanding. Their mindset is different than what you think. They're not very family oriented, very tight, multiple families living in one home together because they love each other so much or whatever. My words, not his. They live that way because they have no choice. They got to pile everybody into one single structure to actually live. And the second thing is you think that they're going to acquiesce to the Republican mindset of elective politics. Again, big misnomer. What you don't understand, their entire life programming mentally, psychologically is, if you want to get ahead in Mexico, you got to find some alignment with the political power structure that'll facilitate you having success in Mexico in this world. Because if you can't, you're going nowhere. You're going to be poverty stricken. So the dream and the goal is, how do I get close to these people or inside it to become part of it? It's the only way I'm going to have a good life from the government, which is criminal empire. Here, he said, that's how they'll see the Democrats, no matter what you say, no matter what you think about their values, because they associate with getting uh, a nicer life from elected politicians. And who tells them every day, vote for us and we're going to give you this, this, and this? They believe they don't understand the American ideal. They don't understand individualism, self determination. And if you in this country work your ass off and use some of your brain power, you can achieve incredible things, be very successful. That doesn't exist where they come from. There's one way, one track. Suck up to the political power structure and you might get inside and have a decent life. And he said, that's why you can't just say automatically, these people are going to vote Republican because of their values. Their value is, how do I have a better life? And the Democrats will give it to them because they'll tell them flat out. That was a huge mind shift for me. So I see where you're coming from in that. I see where you're coming from in the
Don't
overall
forget
narrative. You
that
got to
this
understand these
country,
people and how they think. Makes sense.
I agree, Scott, and I appreciate your examples there. Okay, but the bottom line is also this country was built by immigrants just like them. Okay, let's not forget that. Okay, religious oppression. That's where America comes from, where they were told, no, don't do that. No, you can't do that. All this kind of bullshit. Okay, the reality is that we need to respect them. Okay, we need to show them respect and honor what gifts they might be bringing that we don't recognize. Okay, because it's not the same language. It's just, I just want to see a different approach. I want to see a more understanding approach. I want to see Trump align himself with them the way he aligns himself, you know, with the big wigs over in the, World Economic Forum. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn to talk their language. You got to go, maybe you have to recruit them a different way, and strong arming them is not the answer. Okay. Again, if you're a gray human hybrid, do you think that's going to mean anything to you? Somebody comes up with a bunch of padding on themselves and comes up to your door with a gun and a whole team of heavies? Come
Mike, can you
on.
explain? Can you explain the gray human hybrid thing? Because some people may not understand that from Carrie's background, but it's a good point.
Okay. Well, it's a huge history that we have been invaded by various ETs. And one of the main programs that we were told about, that, basically it's in the X-Men series, in the one episode of Logan, the one movie, Logan. Okay. What you get is you get these children coming, they have different DNA. They were sent by our military because they were invading our population here above the border. And basically they made a deal, according to Dan Birish and other, I've checked all of this out, and they went south and they really went into abducting those people. You can go into southern places. I've seen films. Their entire skies are full of UFOs. That is a common occurrence down there. Okay. You don't see Jaime Maussan's films in this country. I've gone to conferences where I watched those films. Okay. They were approached by these ETs and they were doing a genetic hybrid experiment with them. The grays do not have high emotionality. Their emotional intelligence is very low, but they do have intellect. They can move things with their mind. They have a different way of approaching reality. These are the people you're trying to fuck with. Okay. I am telling you, and I don't even know what the other races that are coming here, all because there's a huge mixture. I mean, those young men, there was a huge mixture, tons of Chinese, tons of from all the different countries in the world. They all had their own way of thinking about things. All I'm saying is I hope the Trump administration and the White Hats in particular can hear my message here, and I'm not going to bang the drum much longer here. I just think we have to look at Minnesota as a case in point. The approach is wrong. The way of dealing with so-called illegal aliens that, MAGA and all these propagandize, the hell out of close the border, do this, do that. It's not where it's at. Okay. They're here. They're already here. Hello? You know what I'm saying? you've got a different, it's a playing field. It's different. Military people know this. They understand, right? Mike, when the playing field changes, you got to change, right? You have
Yeah,
to
you got to adapt.
adapt. You
Yep.
have to fucking adapt.
Mhm.
Okay. So white hats have to adapt. They can't use the same playbook they've used for the last 8 years. Okay. We're in a different scene now. And go after the big gut, the crime bosses. That's my advice. Pam Bondi, look, I actually like Pam Bondi. I think she gets a short shrift because she had to work with those fuckers. She knows them, okay, intimately, I imagine. She knows, and Trump knows. See, both of them came from the same kind of thing. They came, in a sense, from the street level when it comes to crime bosses and all of that. They know the threats, okay? They know them too well. It's different when you're on that level, right? Your thinking changes when they're going to come after your kids and so on. See what I'm saying? Understanding her, and she's under Trump's thumb. So if you don't like Pam Bondi, well, then look who she's reporting to. And Dan Bongino, what happened to him? He was under Trump's thumb. He couldn't just go and throw his weight around like he does on his show, right? He had to get in line. Kash Patel, they've got to play the game the way the Trump echelons have set it up for, right? But I agree. I think there's plenty of military, even on our side, the good guys, in other words, who think different. And I think they should be listened to by the Trump administration
Mhm.
because the military people, Mike, you know this, they're on the ground, right?
Mhm.
They see what's going on up close and personal.
Yeah,
Anyway,
there's definitely a bigger picture going on. You bring up the off-world type, and that's a play. So that has influence, and how much influence does it have? Maybe that's what Trump is. He gets his no go from off-worlders possibly. So there's definitely a secret space program. It's
right,
absolutely there's been so many of us that have come out and talk about it. So it is a real thing. Trump started the space program and Star Wars, whatever. It's there. It's real. So how much is that having an influence? So you have to take all of that into how you're determining, why aren't we moving? Is there something else that we're not aware of on another level? But we can only play that game like we are all talking about for so long. We can't just keep stalling this thing because things are getting worse.
right,
And at some point, they get to the point where they're irreversible. And I think we're getting close to that now. We're getting, 4 months out. We don't see some major changes, arrest, and exposure of the 2020 fraud on a massive level. We're not looking good. And
Mike, maybe they're taking us to the fever pitch, and you, me, anybody, a podcast. Because, look, fact of the matter is, the influence is massive, and I've recited this here a number of times, different shows. After the election on that night, 2024, I was sitting here doing a commentary with some channel, and went downstairs, turned the TV on, put on Fox, what's happening. Now, of course, he's won, legitimately, and they're talking about it, declaring him. And there's Fox News. I'm watching him. And I forget which commentator said this, but they said this, we have totally overlooked the podcast community because they're the reason that Trump won tonight. I thought, whoa, you actually said it. You're damn right. That's why. So that being said, who's to say maybe they're not driving us to the fever pitch? We're like, cut the effing bullshit. We want, and then of course the drum beat goes out through our audiences. And now we have this fever pitch growing in the country, sparked by us. We're sick of the bullshit, and maybe that has a play here because, again, it's like I've talked about this you can see it everywhere in anyday life. You see a riot, right? and the riot blows up, and then you say, "What? Here's one person at." No, I'm not talking these paid riots, all this bullshit. I'm talking about something else. So something happens, and you see a guy or a girl or whoever who would never pick up a trash can and throw it through a bank window during a riot. Like, why'd you do that? It's the vibration, the fever pitch. You're in there, it's hitting your cells. You get caught up in it, and you do something like that. Um, Same thing. You put somebody in an indoctrination camp or a school or a college, send them away. They're very well raised. They have a logical mindset. They come back from college complete leftists. Why? Because they're in an environment that's perpetuating something, a type of thinking or non-thinking, whatever you want to call it. Same here. Maybe what they're doing with us is get us to where we're exploding and putting that out there. The vibration carries itself. And then you have also the people out there that aren't necessarily putting Trump. Hey, they're attacking Trump on this. They don't even stop and think, let's attack Trump. And now you got the other side hammering on the same narrative. We want, cut the bullshit, do your job, whatever. Who
Okay,
knows?
let me ask you one thing. I've got a practical question for you. In California, what happened before the riots is they have those Soros funded trucks that go along, and they actually put bricks on sidewalks, deserted sidewalks. Nobody's there yet. Okay. But they're going to come. And I'm like, why is it that just is allowed to happen?
Yeah.
That sounds to me as though the good guys are actually letting that shit happen. Again, you see what I'm saying? No one's questioning why don't you just follow along the truck and pick them up and get them off the streets before the people arrive? Why are these things not being addressed? You know what I'm saying? So now they're here. Okay. Oh, it's like, oh, we should have closed the border even though Trump was still in charge. We know COG. Biden was a fucking actor. I mean, come on. We're responsible. They're here. We brought them here. I had a dream about this. We let them in. That's the reality. It's a different playing field. We're not like the victims where the border, oh, close the border. It's done. Okay. The horses are out. They've left the fucking, premises. Okay. They're embedded here. Now let's look at that. Let's deal with that. All right. From a
You
whole
could be
don't
onto
make
something.
them get in there.
Scott.
I hate it when Republicans,
Confirmed.
their solution is for these people with all their little kids and whatnot to pack up and drive outside. And we think that's easy. That's not easy. Okay, to leave some godforsaken, freezing cold place, in Minneapolis, whatever, and
Yeah.
drive south of the border, and then
Well, I don't give a shit. I don't care if they have to walk or crawl.
it's not the point. The point is that you're not understanding. The whole family aren't necessarily criminals, okay? They probably just want some peace of mind, okay? They also, you don't understand, they were mind controlled to come, to rush the border, and they've been filmed, okay? Our borders were taken over by the Greys, mind controlling these people. Read, again, I said it before, I'll say it again. Whitley Strieber, who has had tons of interactions with these fuckers, has actually written a book called Prey. And in the book Prey, he shows you how Greys mind control huge groups to just come like a wave. And that's exactly what happened when Trump got into power. Okay. When he started to run for office, they saw an opening and they came. Okay. And we let them in. The games the White Hats played, okay, with Biden and all that nonsense, let them in. So let's take responsibility. Let's understand you're dealing with a different kind of population, a whole different mindset, and let's deal with it. And I'm sure that they've thought of this. I'm sure I have some proponents on behind the scenes. Okay. So yeah, I just hope that the audience out there will start thinking about this. Don't just say, oh, I kick them out, get them out the border and then let them reapply. Do you think the bad guys are going to reapply? Don't be ridiculous, unless they can get a false passport or some such thing. That's not the solution. Okay. It's the same thing with the vote. They want to fix the vote, but they want to go back to the time of Egypt where people lined up and gave their little signature. Those people were bribed before they ever got in line. Don't you get it? People can be changed. People can be bought at any juncture, and you're not going to know it. All right. These Republicans have a tendency to go to the past for their solutions. Like there's some more God back in the past than there is here now. Okay. God's everywhere. Time doesn't mean fuck all to God. Okay. So don't do that. Okay. Use the gifts we've been given and use them intelligently. Okay. You're so busy surveilling the hell out of people. You should know what they vote, how they vote, you name it. Okay. It's a different game, and people use these old paradigms to look at it. It's not going to work.
So if you go to J6, I was there at J6. I saw there was a lot of anomalies that were going on. It was obviously they were taking us down. They were trying to like push back and find the truth of the 2020 election. And Trump told us all to go home. I was like, well, we're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to like really hammer this. And then Trump came out and said, everybody go home. And everybody went home. That was it. And it never picked back up again. Never picked up for the next 4 years until it was time for him to be reelected. So there's something else going on. They wanted that to come in and happen during the Biden criminality. So
Yeah.
was it exposure so that more people could wake up? I think that's bullshit. It's like who woke up? We're already awake. Maybe a handful more people woke up, but it's ridiculous. So yeah, you could be onto something, Scott. It could be, because every time that we have pushed on something and we've gotten together, we pushed, it happened. So you could very well be onto something. They're just like, okay, how much more are they going to take until they start to push back, and then we'll get active. I've seen that over and over again. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, maybe they want us pissed off. I mean, you see what happens. We get pissed off. All of us that were in the podcast world. I mean, it was just a massive, shitstorm raining from every direction. And again, that's what causes action. Emotional flares cause action until people, and we've talked about a potential economic, calamity coming, a collapse, whatever. Juan's talked about that. It's going to hit us, whatever, transitional or whatever. But the reality, and I've said this for me, and this is why I was born with no patience whatsoever. I have extraordinary patience today. I mean, prior to, I don't know, 8, 9 years ago, I would eat coffee out of the can in the morning. I couldn't even stand to wait for it to perk. I got to F and go. But my patience is angelic at this point in time. And the only thing that I can say is that, well, I always go back to those drops to try to help me understand what maybe I don't understand. It had to be this way. There has to be a cataclysmic shift in the thinking here and the population overall spiritually, or we lose. We can't win this thing on a material, metaphysical, level. A lot of things have to happen to get us there. So we never, ever come back to this point or place again. Like you said, Carrie, a transcendental leap has to be made here. What exactly is going to create that? Listen, I don't claim to have, I've said this many times, folks, I have no idea. People ask me all these questions all the time. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Come on, you've signed, I've heard so many times, you signed NDAs. I'm like, look, I love you put me on a pedestal. It's flattering, but I live with me every day. I know what I'm like. So whatever you think about me is total bull. Mike lived with me for 3 or 4 days here. He'll say, yeah, it's all bullshit. He ain't all that. We saw him. We lived with him 3 days. That's what I'm always trying to tell people. It isn't
that was
true.
a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
We think a lot alike.
So the reality for me has been this patience. And I have to say, it's coming at a soul level of no accord of mine. I'm not smart enough, but something is keeping me patient. And again, my mindset is there is a lot that is being done here that we just do not know whether we understand it or not. And I still believe in my soul, this time we win, they lose, however it materializes. I still have that faith
Yeah,
and trust.
but they're
Is there
going to
inflation?
win because we actually play our part. Okay. Not because we sit there and try to be patient.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm sorry. Done with that.
Carrie,
Right.
we are playing our part because I'm agreeing with so much shit you're saying tonight. I'm watching the audience over here and they're saying,
I'm
she's crazy. All the
saying,
things they say.
we
I'm the one
need
jumping in
to
here saying,
demand
yeah, I'm
a
jumping in here
different
supporting your
way,
narrative.
a
I'm,
different approach.
I
I
understand.
appreciate that,
Yeah,
Scott.
no,
Thank you.
I look, it's thought provoking for me. That's why I'm saying a lot of these things so the audience can see why Carrie's not off the reservation. It's not off the rails. You know a lot more shit than we do about that stuff you've been at for 20 years. I'm saying there's a reason for all of this. There's a
Yeah, yeah,
reason
yeah.
why
You
you're
can say that
pissed.
every day of the week.
And
But
I
at the
wonder
end of the day, it's because you do get up and do something about it. And you
that,
don't just,
mm,
sit back and watch and eat popcorn or whatever the fucking analogy is. You know what I'm saying? Um, we have to demand more from
Yes.
our so-called leaders. If that's what you consider
yep,
them to be, then
100%.
okay. I'm gonna work for them, but I'm gonna work so that they can be the best they can be. Okay, I'm gonna
Beautiful.
make sure that happens. I'm not just gonna sit back and let them. It's not gonna be like that, and it shouldn't be. We need to invest in them and our outcome in the future as well. And we watch this thing, and we go along and get along for a long time. Okay,
Well,
I think we're past that point. I listened to those military guys on the John Chambers show, and I got to tell you, they're right where I am. Okay, and they're in it. They're fighting it. Their lives are at stake. You know what I'm
mhm.
saying? So let's
Well,
just.
I will then, based on all that, I'm going to make
All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jake with Unleashing Intuition Secrets of Ian Trottier, back again with High Stakes Treason. And we have another guest, CIA whistleblower, John Kiriakou. Is that right?
Kiriakou.
Kiriakou. All right, Kiriakou. That's a great Greek name. I love it. So we're going to let John introduce himself a little bit. He's got a phenomenal background. I worked in the CIA, and I think he's an amazing guy from the stuff he's been telling me so far. So we're going to talk about John Brennan, and we all have dealings with him, and we're going to basically dime him out. So, John, give us a little bit about your background.
Sure. I'm John Kiriakou. I spent 15 years at the CIA, the first half of my career in analysis, the second half in counterterrorism operations. I was the chief of counterterrorism operations in Pakistan after 9/11, finished my career at the UN, and then blew the whistle on the CIA's torture program, which came back to haunt me later. I went on to be the chief investigator on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, but then was arrested under the Obama administration at the insistence, at the demand of John Brennan. Proudly served 23 months in a federal prison. I would do it again today if I had the opportunity. I have zero remorse. I'm glad I did it. John Brennan was a criminal. I think we're all going to end up agreeing on that today. And somebody had to say something. So since being released from prison 11 years ago, I've written 9 books. I teach at 2 universities. I've got some podcasts. I've got a TV show called The Whistleblowers, where I talk to other whistleblowers, mostly national security whistleblowers around the world. And happy to join you guys tonight.
Yeah, it was great. Ian, give us a little bit of background about your book and again.
Yeah, so Michael, appreciate being back on, and it's great to be joined by John. John was a guest of Discussions of Truth, the podcast I started in Miami back in 2016, probably back in 2018. John,
I think so.
Kind of one of the early guests on that podcast, and Michael, just so you know, originally I approached Mr. Kiriakou because of his whistleblowing against the waterboarding during the Bush administration and those efforts. Now, the background in regards to how his testimonial and experience ties into high stakes treason is, as viewers may know by now, and certainly the three of us know, is that the high stakes treason lays out a criminal scheme that was conducted by the former head of the CIA while he was serving as a senior advisor to Homeland Security under Barack Obama, to defraud the American people and allow terror events to happen on Americans and the homeland and the NATO ally. That sums up pretty much what transpires and is laid out in high stakes treason. Now, General Michael Flynn was the initial person that I approached to write the foreword to this book. John followed that. Flynn's schedule got busy, but John said he'd write the foreword. And as we know, Roger Stone, because of the kind of the political awareness that he has over the past 50 years, has written that main forward. But just as important are the other two forwards, one by Brooks Agnew and former speechwriter for Alan Keyes, and of course one by John Kiriakou. And we are very fortunate to have Kiriakou with us because much of the, as you just heard, much of the history that John had after he was assaulted and blamed for being a criminal and thrown into prison. This had a lot to do with the malfeasance and the character of this admitted communist, John Brennan. So that's what we're going to lay out today, I believe, Michael, for your viewers, is that they understand exactly the impression that this character that became the head of the CIA under Barack Obama had on Kiriakou's stalwart career serving the American people. And of course, that threading into the contents of the book. But let me briefly mention Zbigniew Brzezinski, because if we go back, and John would be familiar with the Analysis Corporation, if we go back to when Mr. Brennan was a student at the University of Texas, Austin, and he had voted for Gus Hall, that communist candidate for U.S. presidency, was an introduction to Zbigniew Brzezinski around that time. I don't have an exact year, that threads in to that of Barack Obama in the early 80s, because the three of them seemingly in 2008, there was critical information on the passport that was scrubbed by John Brennan. That's the Barack Obama passport. Between the time that Barack Obama, Michael, spent at Occidental College in California and Columbia University in New York, he spent over a year in Pakistan. The question is, what did he do in Pakistan? Why did he exactly go to Pakistan? And why did John Brennan use the Analysis Corporation and those tools to go in and scrub vital information off of that passport during that time that he had in Pakistan? And what were the contents? We still don't know that were on. They were on that passport. So just insert that as we proceed here. But that is exactly what we'll be laying out here during this conversation. So thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, fantastic. And for John, I did a little time in the CIA with GRS about 13 years, and I spent some time in Iraq, Afghanistan, a lot of time in Pakistan. So very, very curious to what your thoughts are on some of those areas, and why was Barack Obama in Pakistan for a year? What the heck?
I can't even begin to speculate why in the world he would be in Pakistan.
Yeah.
At a time when we were actively arming the Afghan Mujahideen, fighting the Soviets. I mean, it was a legit war zone. There were important things taking place. I can't even begin to speculate what in the world he would have been doing there. I can tell you a lot about John Brennan, though.
I mean, let's get into that. But the first thing that comes to my mind here in regards to Pakistan has exactly to do with what you're talking about in the Mujahideen. And let's not forget that Al Qaeda, and maybe John, you can contribute to this a little bit, but Al Qaeda, and Michael, you may know this. Al Qaeda, from my understanding, is actually a name of a software, a terrorist tracking software, and of course it applies to the the terrorist organization itself. So my question, I haven't looked at this, I haven't looked into this. My question is, perhaps that somehow, and let's not forget that the Analysis Corporation was created in 1990 as a result of tracking that when Soviets pulled out of Afghanistan, tracking, creating that database to track terror movement. And so the question in regards to the passport, where's this overlapping? How does that have to do with Obama's father? Right, it was in Kenyan, and he's studying in the U.S. on that student. I think it was a student visa. How does that have to do? And even the mother threads in. A lot of sources say that she was also used as a CIA asset. Is there somehow an involvement used to cover up kind of the origins of travel of does it thread in somehow to the birth certificate controversy at all? That's that question.
It's possible, certainly. It's possible that his mother could have been an asset. It's possible that his father and or his stepfather could have been assets. I mean, goodness knows they were well placed to be assets.
Yeah.
And God knows he's never answered those questions, Obama himself.
Right. We have something interesting developing that Lord Mandelson, and not to paint too broadly, because I think we should zero in with John Brennan here in this conversation. But Lord Mandelson, so John Brennan has recently testified to members of the UK Parliament. Were you guys aware of that?
No, that's news to me.
Yeah, this happened just a couple of weeks ago, I believe. I don't have the exact date, but he went over to the UK, and we know that Obama has been going back and forth. I don't know if you knew that, but Obama has been going back and forth to the United Kingdom and returning to the US. But John Brennan went over and testified in regards to surveillance security to members of the UK Parliament. Now, after that testimonial, non-related perhaps, but perhaps related, was a member of Parliament resigning for information that he gave to Epstein over a decade ago. So there's certainly ties. I don't know any ties between Epstein and John Brennan. I certainly don't.
I found an indirect one yesterday.
You did?
I did.
Ooh, yeah.
So I went to the DOJ website yesterday and I searched for I searched for a bunch of things. CIA was one of them. And one document popped up. And it was an email from Catherine Rumler, who was the deputy White House counsel during Obama. And Kathy Rumler, who's now the general counsel for Goldman Sachs, she sent a one-line email to Jeffrey Epstein saying this. Here it is. John Brennan gave me the CIA Agency Medal, the CIA's highest award, this morning. How cool is that? Why, in the name of God, would John Brennan give the White House counsel the agency's highest honor, which, Michael, as you know, is usually given posthumously for people who have given their lives in the line of duty?
Yeah, I had a couple of buddies that did that. Got that.
Yeah, as did I. Two of my colleagues in CTC, Mike Spann and Helga Bose.
Oh, wow.
Both killed in action in Afghanistan.
Yep.
That's how they got their medals. I don't know why she got her medal, unless, well, you remember, I'm sure, the Tuesday morning kill list meetings that Brennan initiated at the White House during the Obama presidency, where he would convene this group of people to come together that week. The assignments would go out, the teams would fan out around the world, and then come back for the next week's meeting. All I can speculate is that she was the White House representative, because there had to be lawyers involved. The CIA general counsel was in on that meeting. And I'm wondering if that's what he did. I don't know. Yeah. He had his hands in everything, literally everything, I think is probably my most succinct point. He had his hands in everything.
So, tying this together a little bit here, when I was in Peshawar, we were working with the doctor that would eventually lead us to Osama bin Laden,
Who is
and
still in prison in
who's
Pakistan.
still in prison. Yes, very good point. So, John Brennan, who was like the deputy national security advisor during Obama's time frame, Obama was very, very involved in what we were doing during that time frame. They had meetings probably, maybe even every day. He was very involved. It reminded me of the time when I was in Iraq in the early days, where Bush and Condoleezza Rice were every day, pretty much talking to Ambassador Bremer. So they were very, very involved. And then when we, went in and my old team, Red Squadron, went in and got Osama bin Laden, uh, things just went off the cliff. I mean, we got like pulled out of there. We got shoved into different places. Had to shut down that base. It was crazy, all the stuff that was going on during that time frame. Uh, and then we had that crazy crash of SEAL Team 6 Gold Squadron in Afghanistan. Everybody's still suspect about what happened there. Was that some kind of payback? I don't know. It's crazy time. So Brennan had been involved in all this stuff. So what are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Man, where do we even begin? You know what? Let me begin by laying a little bit of background. So I first met John Brennan in January of 1990. He was a GS-15 nobody. He was the deputy group chief in the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis. He was the deputy chief of the Arab-Israeli Analysis Group. Big deal. He worked for a woman named Martha Kessler. Martha was absolutely brilliant. She was arguably the country's leading thinker on Syria, and she wrote a book that was so highly regarded that it was mandatory reading for all of us as we entered the office. When you were first assigned in that office, it was called Syria: Fragile Mosaic of Power by Martha Kessler. Martha didn't like John. He had been imposed on her as her deputy. And one day he went to her and he said, "I've been in this job for a long time. I think I'm ready for promotion to the Senior Intelligence Service, and I want your blessing." And she said, "Not only will you never be promoted into the Senior Intelligence Service, I don't even want you working for me anymore. You're fired." Well, at the CIA, as you well know, you can't really fire someone. When you fire someone, you give them 6 weeks to walk the halls and find an onward assignment. And if they can't find an onward assignment after 6 weeks, then their badge is taken, they're escorted out, and that's the end of it. Well, the normal job turnover is in the summer, right? That's when everybody's moving from one job to the other. This was Christmas, 1996. And there were no jobs. So he's walking the halls. He finally finds a job in the PDB staff, the President's Daily Brief, giving a briefing to the lowest ranking person entitled to receive one. Or 94, 96, 94, I can't remember anymore. That person happened to be the director of intelligence programs at the NSC. His name was George Tenet. And so they immediately hit it off because they're both, alpha dogs, ugly, pockmarked faces, chomping on cigars, cheating on their wives. They immediately hit it off. And George had just had a heart attack. He was barely into his 40s. And so he wasn't supposed to smoke. So after Brennan would brief him, they would walk to this little kiosk that used to stand on the corner of 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest, across from the White House. And they'd buy a cigar and they'd stand there and smoke cigars. Well, George becomes the deputy director of the CIA. And he brings John with him and makes him deputy director of the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis. Now he's Martha Kessler's boss. And he calls her in on his first day and he says, now you're fired. And so she elected to retire. He was only in that job briefly because there was a realignment, and he ended up being named station chief in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Now, this is a guy who had already done 20 or 22 years solely in analysis. He had never, ever served overseas in an operational position. He had never recruited a spy to steal a secret. He had never met with a recruited asset. Never. But he's the station chief in Riyadh, where we know he oversaw the issuance of visas that should never have been issued. He went back to the CIA after, and that's normally a 2-year tour with the option to extend for a third. Well, he extended for a fourth and he extended for a fifth, and then went back to headquarters as the deputy executive director of the CIA, the fourth ranking officer in the CIA. Now he's everybody's boss. And he very much wanted to become the deputy director for operations. Jim Pavitt was the deputy director for operations at the time, and they hated each other. And Pavitt had more wasta than Brennan did. And so Brennan went to what was briefly called the TTIC, the Transnational Terrorist Information Center. He wanted so badly to run his own agency, any agency of any size, because what he really wanted, and he wasn't ashamed to say it out loud, he really wanted to be Secretary of Defense. And so he took this position at the TTIC. Later, it changed its name to the National Counterterrorism Center. And then he decided to retire. Well, in 2007, there was a huge wave of retirements from the senior intelligence service because 9/11 was 6 years behind us. People are starting to wind their careers down. It's time to go. Well, you figure there were 150 SISers that retired. Half of them went to the John McCain campaign, and half of them went to the Hillary Clinton campaign. And John Brennan was the only one that went to the Barack Obama campaign. Wow. And then lo and behold, Obama wins the nomination. So Brennan was the guy. You might recall that as soon as Obama won in 2009, he named Brennan as the CIA director.
Yep.
And the liberals went crazy. How people have forgotten that John Brennan was one of the fathers, one of the creators of the torture program, which is why he was denied that job as CIA director from 2009 to 2013, January of 2013. It's a mystery to me how people don't remember that. But progressives stood up and said, absolutely not. And so he pulled him back, made him Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. By the 2012 election, everybody had forgotten what a bad guy he was. And so when Obama nominated him for CIA director, nobody said a word. And then the rest is history.
Wow. So the Abu Ghraib was where they had the waterboarding. I'm assuming
no. Well before Abu Ghraib, 3 years before
really?
Abu Ghraib, the agency was waterboarding people at the 6 secret sites.
Yes, I'd heard
spread
that
around the world.
Some of them were active quite some time, but that's interesting. When I was in the military, I went through escape evasion training, and I got waterboarded. It's not fun, and it's pretty horrific. And I was doing pretty good at it. They couldn't make me talk, and they told me, you better start screaming, or we're going to make it really bad for you. And I figured they probably could, because the angle is not going to get into you. And I was used to breathing leaky water, regulators and so forth. So. But yeah, that would be, I watched other people get on that, and it was horrific to watch, what happened to them. And that was controlled. Had a controlled environment. I'm sure the guys who were being tortured, not so much. Wow.
Yeah, we waterboarded each other in training, and it was miserable.
Yeah.
Awful.
Not something that we should be doing. Yeah. So I'm glad you pushed against that. So yeah,
Thank you.
you got the experience and you're like, yeah, this is BS
Yes,
that we're doing this. Good
this
for
is
you.
not legal. That was the first
Yeah.
thing in my mind. This is not legal. And we did things, I don't want to get too far afield, but
Yeah.
we did things that in my view were way worse than waterboarding.
Mhm.
You know, not just things like sleep deprivation and
Right.
cold stuff, but there were things that were never approved by the Justice Department that we did with the idea being, who's going to tell?
Wow.
You know,
Yeah.
the thing was so highly compartmentalized, they didn't think anybody would ever talk.
Yeah. So back to John Brennan and Obama. I just pulled up this one little article where it talks about Obama being there in '81. He didn't mention it anywhere else, and then he was like a press conference. He just kind of said it, and then they started doing investigative work on that. So that's interesting that he spent some time there, and then he was involved in, you know, finding Osama bin Laden. I think we knew he was there for a while, right? And they decided, okay, let's cut him. And so I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I think that's right. I think that's right. Or at least we had strong suspicions. But you know what? Then I'm going to get a little bit off topic here. You raised the issue of the doctor, the doctor that helped us locate Osama
Oh
bin
yeah,
Laden.
yeah. A
When I
theory.
was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staff in 2009, I did a lot of travel in that job. And John Kerry, I was working for John Kerry at the time. He was the chairman of the committee. John Kerry asked me what I wanted to do in terms of investigations. And I said, listen, I everybody knew that the only thing John Kerry wanted in life was to be Secretary of State. So I said, listen, I think we've got a real hook for something great here. I told him about the doctor. I said, this guy is a hero.
Yeah.
He's a hero. He handed us Osama bin Laden. And the Pakistanis have him locked up on a treason charge, no less. He's going to die in some dank Pakistani dungeon.
Yeah.
I said, let's go to Islamabad and let's bring him back with us. I said, you'll be a national hero. He says, write me up a memo. So I write him the memo. This is who the guy is. This is what he did. This is what we should do. There's no downside to this. The Pakistanis would be happy to just be rid of him. He's an American hero. Bring him back here, and you can get the Presidential Medal of Freedom or whatever. And then Kerry comes back because he had called the White House, including Brennan. Well, it's so controversial. I don't know. We don't want to make the Pakistanis angry. And what if we show up and they say no, we can't do it? I was like, are you serious? And so we never went to Pakistan at all. I did a different investigation. I took different trips, but he just didn't want to do the right thing at all because John Brennan told him no.
Yeah, and I'll weigh in a little bit on that. I work with the doc. He's a really, really good man, and we told him once we do this, you need to leave. And he's like, no, I'm going to be a hero to my country, and that didn't work out so good for him, like you're talking about. I remember I believe President Trump in his first time in office, he was basically threatening the Pakistanis, saying he was going to cut off aid unless they released him. I don't know. I might be a little off on that, but they just went to China and got aid. It's like, yeah, we'll just go somewhere else and get it. And it didn't work out. So and Trump was sure that it would happen. And of course, as John, you and I know, the Pakis, you can't guess what they're going to do. So they're very unpredictable.
Right. Yeah.
Let me mention the TTIC, which John was talking about in regards to kind of the power consortium that John Brennan was able to create for himself. Now, this is after 9/11 and the Bush executive order that the TTIC was created. But page 112 in High Stakes Treason goes into, and this is a direct quote from John Brennan, gives viewers an understanding of and I mentioned in the book, CT Intel monopoly. That means a counterterrorism intelligence monopoly is what John Brennan was able to create for himself from the TTIC, which John had mentioned became known as the NCTC,
Right.
National Counterterrorism Center. But at the TTIC, Brennan is stated as saying this: the idea that behind the TTIC, as I'm reading a quote, was that we needed to have some place in the government where all counterterrorism information would reside. The good news and the bad news is that the TTIC had more access to more information than anywhere in the government. And that was what John Brennan had at his fingertips. And that is exactly how we allege he was able to commit these crimes. And this is why we use the word treason, because he enriched himself in retaining stock ownership illegally under the Obama administration of this company called the Analysis Corporation, which changed its names and then got sold to a UK financial investment firm based in Hong Kong, domiciled on Hong Kong, CCP. And of course, he allowed these terror attacks to transpire. Now, my question might be for John is what thoughts went through your mind, John, when you came across the information in the book? And since you and I have spoken last, not sure if you've had a chance to go through it a little bit more or not.
Yes.
But understanding the contents laid out in regards to the Boston Marathon bombing, the Abdullah Mutallab bombing attempt on that flight leaving Amsterdam for Detroit, 2009, and of course that attack on Allied.
This is exactly what the power of your book is. I've known John Brennan for 35 years. I thought I knew that he was a bad guy. I had no idea the depth of his depravity, the lengths that he would go to enrich himself, the people whose lives he would ruin in order to keep himself at the top of the heap, until I read that book.
I agree.
Until I read that book. Listen, there are a lot of bad guys in government. We've all encountered them. This is somebody whose dirty deeds are of epic proportions. And I can't help but to think that there are so many crimes documented in the book that there's got to be something in there for which the statute of limitations hasn't expired.
Absolutely.
Or, and you and I have talked about this, Ian.
Yeah.
Or Brennan's ongoing work to keep his crimes a secret could constitute an ongoing conspiracy.
Yes.
Which means that the statute of limitations would reset itself every day.
Yeah. What do you say about
I'm not a constitutional scholar, but this is worth seeking one out.
And like you pointed out, Ian and John, like you described, in the early, like in the mid 90s or so, there was nothing going on. And, pretty much they created something. And then we're all involved in this, and there's lots of money that's involved in this. And, you really outlined a lot of this exceptionally well. So I looked up the 2-minute promise during President Trump's 2016 campaign. Trump stated he would get Pakistan to release Dr. Afridi within 2 minutes of taking office, arguing that the U.S. gives Pakistan substantial aid. And unfortunately, the historical aspect of that is that he is still in prison. Very, very tragic and very, the guy's a hero here in America. He should be walking. He should getting that $50 million, money. I don't know. Maybe they decided to keep it. They let him have them so they could keep the money. That's crazy.
Yeah, and not to forget, if folks heard the first interview that Michael and I had, and Edward Snowden here, and the whistleblowing he did on the NSA is critical in understanding. And I know Fox News right now I'm not sure who produced that, but is he a patriot or is he a traitor? As far as I'm concerned, Edward Snowden would be a patriot. This is my personal gut feeling based upon what we know through X-Keyscore and what was revealed through that, and that Anders Breivik, Googling, this is public search, Googling how to prepare bombs, create bombs, ingredients for bombs. This is all public knowledge that John Brennan would have had. And as we allege, he hid in code word compartments using his unwitting analyst, Michael Jones. Now, since the last time we've spoken, Michael, I've introduced my intelligence source because yes, I've authored the material. Yes, I've added to it. But this all came to me on a binder. And forgive my lighting, folks. I can see it's pretty dark there. I don't have the best lighting. I've got a bum ankle at the moment, so just bear with me on that. But I was given a binder at that 2024 CPAC. That's where that was the incubator that created this book, High Stakes Treason. And that came from an intel source. That came from an American hero, such as the man that is joining us today. Both of you, of course. Thank you for your service, both of you. But the one concerning high stakes treason would be Mr. John Donovan. And Michael, since you and I spoke last, I got Donovan on the phone with Kiriakou, so they have now connected because
Yes.
in the shadows, if you will, in the background, it was Mr. Donovan being tipped off to the malfeasance of John Brennan back in 2011 when he was working with the private contractor Cy Valens, and he got fired. He got fired by Cy Valens because he tipped off the FBI, his former employer, who'd spent over a decade with in the Washington D.C. field office. Cy Valens fired him for tipping off the FBI, which did nothing, of course, on this criminality of Brennan back in 2011. So there's that connection that's been made, and it's critical for you to understand that, Michael, as well. But if we fast forward a little bit, I want to get into this a little bit. If we fast forward, Patrick Byrne, if anyone's been following Patrick Byrne, Svetlana Lakova is somebody that I've tried to reach out to because she's tweeting about John Brennan daily. Now,
Yes.
she was smeared out of Cambridge with Stephen Halper, John, and another guy named Sir Richard Dearlove. That was the Russian collusion with General Michael Flynn. Svetlana and Flynn supposedly had unnecessary relations, inappropriate relations. That was because Flynn was caught in that because he was communicating with Moscow at the time. That all comes back to what's called Hamilton 68 dashboard, which is new since the last time you and I spoke, Michael. Hamilton 68 dashboard was a tech facade created to create Russian bots on Twitter, and that was supposedly what was pumping up Trump and helped steal the election for Trump in 2016. This is what John Brennan was driving home with this Steele dossier. Okay.
Yes.
And that set a precedence. And as the two of you know, I spent a week and a half in D.C. back in October, passing out 100 copies of this book to various offices of both the House and the Senate. I had a few different meetings. And if anybody's seen that viral clip with Nancy Pelosi where she's scolding, she told this Lindell TV reporter to shut up. That was like 10 minutes after I walked past her in the hall out of Harriet Hagman's office with John Donovan. And I handed her office a copy. I'd given her office a copy. I didn't hand it to Nancy, but I gave her a copy of this book. So we have this John Brennan narrative that I think is also critical to understand. What would give him motive? And this is what I've told the staffers of the Congress. What would give him motive to drive that Steele dossier? Well, the contents in high stakes treason. The fact that he's committed very serious financial crimes. He's committed very serious alleged treasonous crimes on the American people. The contents in high stakes treason is why he would have orchestrated and spearheaded the Russian collusion efforts to try to smear Donald Trump. And of course, what we know, and I'll tie this in real quickly and give you guys a chance to talk. Tie this real quickly because in 2020, that election we know was stolen flat out. It was stolen. John Brennan is something I've told Michael. Is something I've told John recently. And I don't know if you looked at it at all more, John. But John Brennan created a data center in Belgrade, Serbia, with Huawei, the Chinese software company, and that data center was used to manipulate Dominion servers to rig and adjust the results of that 2020 election. Now, why is it important that Maduro was arrested and captured and now in U.S. custody? Because that is how he retained power, was through the invention of Smartmatic, which he created from Hugo Chavez. This Smartmatic was a Venezuelan voter fraud voting system to basically implement and place a communist leader into office. This is how Maduro was captured. This is unfortunately why Tina Peters is locked up in Colorado. And that is, in my view, it's not oil. Yeah, it's part of it. The drug trading, Tren de Aragua, Sure, those are all part of it. That the main critical point in capturing Maduro was to get at hopefully what seems to be an oncoming testimony in regards to the Dominion photo fraud. And so John Brennan, as we listen to this, and he's now 70, John Brennan is critical. He's a critical piece to this voter fraud, and this is the other side to the coin outside of the book. But if we go back again, what would give him incentive? And from my argument, non-legal opinion, what would give him incentive to drive that Steele dossier and fabrication? Well, because he's got demons in his closet, and they're very serious.
Hmm. Yeah, and so a lot of other points in your book. One of them that really stood out to me was, like you just said earlier, Brennan had control over everything in intelligence, and he kept that from the FBI, and they could have stopped 9/11. And I was like, what? It's like, wow. And probably for profit, probably for, not just for himself, but of course, but for the military industrial complex. Who knows? Maybe that's who was controlling him and putting him in these positions along with Obama.
Yeah, and on that note there, Michael, which is very interesting, and John's already mentioned the George Tenet aspect. And of course, both of you have worked in the CIA. You would know the machinations inside the CIA far better than I would. But one of the things that came to my attention was a testimonial back in 2004, and I think it was Cynthia McKinney, a guy named Michael Springman, who was a State Department worker that was working in Jeddah. He stated, this is 2 decades ago, he was stating, he returned to the U.S. and he says, wait a second, I get to Jeddah and 80 or 90% of the people are CIA. There's only 3 State Department at this embassy, only State Department people. What he later says in that testimonial, and Mike Benz has reported on this, is that under the John Brennan jurisdiction, 15 of the 19 9/11 hijacker visas came out of that John Brennan jurisdiction in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
15.
Exactly.
Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah.
So this then again, and remember that key phrase for viewers is counterterrorism intel monopoly. That is the allegation that John Brennan created for himself to hide this critical information in what are called covert compartments. So the question then becomes is, what did George Tenet know, as you alluded to, Michael, what did George Tenet know prior to the 9/11 attacks? What we know is that information was sequestered, vital information was sequestered, just as in that Boston Marathon bombing regarding the Tsarnaev brothers and where they were and where thereabouts were. Vital information was hidden from critical intelligence people, honest intelligence people, patriotic intelligence people that could have very well prevented those attacks. So although we analyzed 3 of those 3 attacks, 2 domestically, 1 on the NATO ally, my next move is to get in a little bit more to as you talked about is 9/11. But anyway, so that's kind of the current thoughts I have. John.
Yeah. And we've lost you in the darkness.
Yeah, I apologize.
As we're talking, I'm rescanning a copy of the book, and there's just so much. You know what? Let's talk about it this way too. Let's say you are a member of the political left. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about a DNC Democrat, an MSNBC Democrat. I'm talking about somebody who's truly from the political left. Somebody from the political left should be as outraged as we are that any of this has taken place in the first place. Right?
That's right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Look, in my view, and this is why I mentioned very earlier, Zbigniew Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski. This is he's the Secretary of State. Is that right?
No, he was National Security Advisor under Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, National Security Advisor under Carter. This is an apparatus as we kind of analyze, right, the movement of where the country has gone the last, let's just say after World War II, because that was a very critical juncture on the global landscape of how just how the world operates. If we're looking at that broader spectrum, we're looking at the red wave, McCarthyism, and we know that communism is lurked in the background
Oh, we're seeing it in our face now. We're being slapped around with it now with Mandami, right? This guy getting the knife being pulled on an NYPD officer. NYPD officer pulls the trigger on the gun, and Mandami's calling for no charges. I mean, are you kidding me? And you've got in Minneapolis these ridiculous people that are saying, no, we want ICE out. Wait a second, ICE is there to attack criminals that came in under these open border policies that invaded our country. Yet the very liberal leaning people in Minneapolis are calling it an ICE invasion and Nazis and whatnot. I mean, these are all socialist tactics, communist tactics that we are now, even in Seattle's got a mayor that's open socialist, that are again, I'll use this phrase, slapping us now in the face. So they have lurked in the background, being the communist movement. Again, remember John Brennan voting for the communist candidate for mayor or president, 1976, Gus Hall. In my view, John Brennan, I've never met him, and I've asked him to comment on the book. He hasn't commented on the book. I've tagged him on a number of posts on Twitter. He hasn't commented. The Daily Mail tried to reach out to him, and he didn't respond. And that's actually why the Daily Mail told me they couldn't release the article. The reporter spent 3 days working on it. But my guess, guys, my guess is that the deep state, as we work as Americans, as patriots, as constitutional Republicans, whether we're Democrats or not, we're all constitutional republic. We live in a constitutional republic. That's what I mean by that. We all strive, I think, anyway, at least the three of us do, in chipping away and understanding at what that deep state is. And that is why I mentioned Lord Mandelson, because there's a lot of ties here to the UK. U.S. and UK intelligence share a lot of ties. And this is why I also mentioned Stephen Halper, who was a CIA asset that worked with Cambridge University and their surveillance programs that created that Steele dossier. Let's not forget the Steele dossier. Christopher Steele was a former UK intelligence asset, right? So we're trying to keep a president out of office based off of a foreign intelligence report or dossier. So as we chip away to understand what that deep state is, I believe that this John Brennan person was used as, and I'll phrase it as a penetration agent. He was a communist sympathizer, and I think he was probably used to lay down certain structure in the intelligence community that would benefit that outside deep state organization. Just my thought there. That's just my thought. But again, looking through the contents of high stakes treason, looking through that, it gives the reader a full understanding of how this mind worked, to build this intelligence monopoly, to hide the information from the American people, from critical intelligence operatives within our own agencies, and allow basically what looks like the deep state to get away with their objectives. And I'll identify two of them that people should be considering that are watching this. One, of course, are First Amendment rights. Those different freedoms are always under attack. But if we look at the history of Mao Zedong and what happened in China, we look at Stalin. If we're looking at Hitler, we're looking at these different socialist sympathizers that rose to power over the past century. What was the common thread? And this directs right back to, and I don't know the history of Zbigniew Brzezinski enough, but it certainly goes back to the political philosophies of Barack Obama. This goes right back to, you've got to disarm the people, right? In order to objectively gain complete and total control, you've got to disarm those people, and that's exactly what happened in China over the decades of Mao Zedong's rule. I think some of the statistics I've seen is that he slaughtered 60 million Chinese over his efforts to confiscate private ownership of guns. It's not that I'm suggesting any type of violence. Nobody wants violence, and that's not something I certainly want as well. But an objective here under the Obama administration, using a man like a John Brennan, a communist sympathizer, would be efforts to chip away at those Second Amendment rights, in my view.
Now, as far as like the communist aspect of it, you mentioned Mamdani, and of course Brennan. There's in the Epstein files. They just came out where Mamdani's mom is with and with him as a baby is with Clinton and Epstein, and some people are saying that Epstein is Mamdani's father. And so, how did Mamdani, who came from nowhere, no background, get all the way to the mayor of one of the most prestigious and upstanding cities in America, New York?
No, he didn't. He
It's
didn't have no background.
yeah.
He was a city councilman and a member of the New York State Legislature.
So he did have a little bit of background.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But what else is interesting here, and I'll just kind of throw this out for you guys to react in a way you might possibly have. And Michael, I have seen those photos. I haven't confirmed them. That Mandami's mother, and let's not forget that Mandami, I believe, is born in Uganda.
Yeah.
That she was hobnobbing. I think there's one right there, Mira Hair. I don't know. I haven't confirmed that those are accurate or not with Epstein, and that he would have been introduced. Mandami would have been introduced to Epstein, and or if Epstein was the father. I haven't confirmed any of those, but I have seen photos that show that Mandami's wife or mother allegedly was with Epstein. But something interesting is this: as we look at dominoes that may fall, and John, I know some of the people that you're talking to right now. As we look at dominoes that fall, what caught my interest, and Chris Paranto, if either of you are familiar with him, is a former guest on my podcast, and he was directly involved in that Benghazi massacre. This is under Hillary Clinton's time, as I think it was the Secretary of State, right? If I've got that right. It was interesting how this gentleman, and I don't know the name right now, but this gentleman, so just a few days ago, right? And again, we're looking at dominoes falling and how things might happen on a global stage. A few days ago, the Clintons agreed, right? They agreed to be in that deposition with Comer, led by Comer. And lo and behold, now 48 hours later, Patel is now arrested, and Bondi, the DOJ has arrested this guy in regard to that Benghazi fiasco. So the question I might have, and I'll pose it to both of you guys because you have intel minds that I don't have. The question I might have is, what do the Clintons know about Benghazi? It may not relate to Epstein at all, or it may relate to Epstein. I don't know. I do know this, which is very interesting. I'll mention that when I was in New York last, and John, if you remember the panel discussion that we had by my literary agent, Doug. After that, I walked down the East Side with the gentleman that walked me right past Epstein's house. I'd never seen it before, and he says, this is the Epstein mansion I'd never seen before. And it just so happens to be like a block away from where the Council on Foreign Relations office is. I don't know if you looked in the Council on Foreign Relations at all. What that is, and what that has been historically set up basically by J.P. Morgan and the Rothschild. But if we go back to this gentleman that's just been arrested in Benghazi, does that correlate, and could that correlate, not to get away from John Brennan, but could that correlate to what the Clintons might be, let's just say, hiding from the American people, and more importantly, Hillary Clinton?
No, Hillary Clinton testified for 14 hours about Benghazi.
Mhm.
And both Obama and Trump ordered all the Benghazi documents to be declassified. They're all out there. I think Benghazi's over and done with. It's great that we caught this Baktouche or whatever his name is today. He's the third of the 6 primary perpetrators of I think there are 18 or 19 people altogether who have been indicted. But yeah, he landed at Andrews Air Force Base at 3:00 this morning. He's in the Alexandria federal holding right now.
Yeah.
He's never going to see the light of day.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not done hunting the rest of them down.
I see.
And gentlemen, you have to forgive me. I have another podcast in less than 1 minute. So
you got to go.
I apologize.
No worries. Thanks, John.
Thanks for the
Appreciate it.
conversation.
Yeah,
Thanks, John.
fabulous. So Ian, it's I was there in Benghazi shortly after that attack, and it was pretty bad because two of my buddies were killed in the mortar that landed on the roof, and I got some of their body armor that was bloody and all that kind of stuff, and got it back to some certain people, but I didn't feel that Hillary Clinton herself was culpable, other than maybe they could have allowed some, like, the Marines are on standby in that area in the Mediterranean. There's jets that could have came in, all kind of crazy stuff, and they basically shut them down. That's a story that I got. So they could have come in and made a difference, and the guys that were there at that base, fought off guys that were trying to attack them for a long time. So I think you could probably find some problems with them, and they wanted to cover it up so that Obama could get reelected. That's my thoughts.
Okay.
There's probably some stuff that could come out and make them not look as good. But as far as, like, direct culpability, I don't think there's anything there. I don't think she's going to get, like John said, she testified for, a long time, and she made that very, very bad statement where it's like, why does anyone care now? It's like really? So they're just bad people, all the way around. Of course, they started all of that in Egypt with the was it Muslim Brotherhood that was in Egypt that they were basically backing and took over Egypt. Do you remember?
No, I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall.
So
Right.
maybe not the Muslim Brotherhood, but whatever sect that was there in Egypt that took over, they were behind that, and then the Egyptians basically kicked them out after a year. So they were messing around in the Middle East quite a bit and causing a lot of problems. The Iran thing, I guess Obama was like, everybody should revolt, and that's what happened with Benghazi and everything, and that we're going to see, I think, a big pushback at some point, that they were involved in some stuff that I mean, you're in your high stakes treason, you're bringing out all kind of great stuff, but we'll probably see Obama tied in with Brennan as well on a level that's treasonous. What are your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts are absolutely. And we've there's an overlaying. To me, it's like there's an overlaying theme of where we go from Clintons to Bushes, then Obama, and then it's like all of those factions. They were so opposed, right? They were just so opposed to Donald Trump. He's a complete outsider. He's going to expose, right? He's going to expose the criminality. He's going to expose the scheme that's being the wool. He's going to pull the wool off from the Americans' eyes. I mean, and that's basically how he's been treated. He's been a complete outsider, and he's a warrior in there trying to get things done. But of course, you've got this theme of, okay, how do these connections go? Certainly Epstein, we don't have any involvement. It doesn't look like any involvement with Obama in the Epstein, but and I haven't. John said he'd come across that connection with Brennan and Epstein, but he didn't really go into that much. My guess is, Michael. My guess is this book, because of the contents of it, because it exposes this manipulation of critical national intelligence by a very trusted leader for the country, that as it continues to circulate, that it will have some very devastating effects, I believe, on this kind of deep state mechanism that has strangled strangled the life of the constitutional republic of the country. And that's certainly my goal, is that if anyone has committed crimes, that they be held accountable for the crimes. It's not that I have a target to go after John Brennan because I don't like him as a person, or he crossed me wrong, or I worked for him and he didn't treat me well. I never met him. I never spoken to him. Frankly, I have nothing against the guy. But the information that's presented towards me shows me, from my vetting, that he has committed treasonous crimes on the country, and he needs to be brought to justice for those crimes, or at least a courtroom needs to be analyzing them, and he needs to be testifying in regards to the contents. So I have, since you and I spoke last, an update here, as I have spoken through a text with Mike Davis. He's a head of Article 3 project in Washington, D.C. He's also working right now with Jason Quinones, who's, I believe, the lead attorney for that South Florida subpoena of Jim Jordan. The Jim Jordan letter that went to the DOJ requesting he be subpoenaed. And so now his lawyers are working. They're trying to change the jurisdiction. Brendan hasn't been in the news for a couple of weeks now, but my understanding is his lawyers have been trying to change that jurisdiction. That's Fort Pierce Court. Judge Cannon, the same judge, by the way, that just sentenced Ryan Ruth. An interesting thing that I'll also mention. I don't know how much time you got left here, but the interesting thing, Michael, that has come my way is a Mike Benz report back in August, and he compared Ryan Ruth, who he claims and shows that that Ruth was a CIA asset, recruiting Pakistani and Iranian men to join and fight in Ukraine, and he was asking for passports. Okay, bring up passports again, asking for passports so he could administer visas or get visas authorized for these people to go and fight in Ukraine. Well, this is the same act that the CIA was doing in the early 2000s or late 1990s to get those 15 hijackers into the U.S. I mean, this is pretty critical, right? This is pretty critical information. And again, that's testimony, not my testimony. It's testimony from this former State Department worker, Michael Springman. So I think as the contents of this book circulate and push, and hopefully Mike Davis gets involved with it, perhaps, hopefully Mr. John Brennan gets back in a courtroom, and he's not only subpoenaed for the lies that he gave, the perjury, indicted, I would say, at that point, hopefully, for the perjury charges against him that I would assume should be coming down to Congress, but that he be questioned regarding the contents of this book. Because this is what's plain as day, Michael. This is what's plain as day, is that in SEC documents we show this, in what's called the ethics waiver, and nothing in this book is classified. This is all open sourced. It's all public information. It's just that it was aggregated by the appropriate source to be able to combine it, and it's been delivered to the public and the masses through me. Is that 2009 ethics waiver by Norm Eisen? We see very clearly the Rachel Molinaro, who's the ethics officer. She writes on that ethics waiver that John Brennan has stated that he would be converting those stocks held in the Analysis Corporation into an IRA. If we were held in the 401k, they'd be converted into IRA. We see through subsequent SEC documents, we have some of them listed in the appendix in that book, that he never converted those stocks into the IRA. Had he converted them, that they would have been liquidated, worth then about $50,000. He didn't convert them, and it rose to when that company sold, it rose to a value of, as we estimate, just shy of $5 million. And that is just one example of the illegally held stocks. And this is going to be irrefutable. It's going to be impossible from my vetting. It's going to be impossible for him to refute that. We have it laid out in the book. These are massive crimes this man has committed, financial crimes. And the other crimes are something else. But potentially this individual could be facing many years of justice. And it's not only my job, again, to educate the American people
to do that. And again, what I will say, Michael, is we've all got to go through the contents of the book. We've all got to study it. We've all got to read it. Got to get our neighbors talking about it. Buy a copy for your coworker, and don't let us stop there. Demand that this man be held accountable for the criminality. Because if we don't all contact, that means contacting the DOJ. That means contacting your senator, contacting your rep, demanding that this person be held accountable for the crimes. And if we don't all do that, then it comes back to people like me, the author, people like you, people like John, and we can't rely on just us. It needs more people. Now I know that John, because he's been very outspoken recently of how he was treated. He's spoken to some pretty high level folks recently. Yeah. If he shared that with you or not, and just out of confidentiality with John, and information he's passed along to me.